0, nada, naught, none. It has been 2 years since the Completionist charity scandal broke, and these words still perfectly describe the amount of evidence that he has provided to substantiate a single one of his claims. 2 years and not a single email, not a single correspondence, not a single bank statement or invoice or receipt or tax return. Nothing to this very day. Recently, Jirard posted a video to his YouTube channel called You Deserve Answers, and it's one of the most disgustingly dishonest videos I have ever seen. We are talking Billy Mitchell levels of dishonesty, or even worse. He provides no evidence whatsoever to support any of his story, and instead fills the video with an endless amount of lies so blatant, so baffling, so vile, it boggles my mind. This video is a work of art in stupidity, and so is the public's reaction. It's over. We are screwed. If this is considered a good response video, we are doomed as a society. This video has so much deception in it, I don't even know where to begin. But one thing has been made abundantly clear. The Completionist is a con artist. There is no longer any doubt. And I can say that loudly and proudly, not only because I can prove it, but because Jirard literally admits it within the first few minutes of the video. Jirard may be a moron, however, because in one breath he will admit to the crime of soliciting money under false pretenses, and then in the very next breath he will say that any accusations of fraud are completely untrue. This is ridiculous, and it's astonishing that so many people will buy into this act. Though I guess Jirard does have one ace up his sleeve: the public's distaste for me. And let's not pretend for 1 second that this video is actually about his charity or what he did. This video is about me. I can demonstrate this quite easily by going through Jirard's so-called evidence. Under his video, he has a link to a Google Drive labeled Financial Records, Evidence, and Uploads. The first folder looks very promising. I would love to see some financial records and documentation for Indieland. The first document is a cute little spreadsheet that Jirard made himself. This is not a financial record. Here's a cute little spreadsheet that I made showing all of the money that Jirard stole. Is it accurate? Who knows? But I called it Super Official Financial Record, so I guess it must be legit. The second document is a notice that the Open Hand Foundation is being audited by the DOJ. Well, that's a good start by the DOJ, but this happened after the fraud was exposed, so why is this considered evidence of anything? And the third document is a pamphlet from the AFTD talking about some grants they've awarded in 2024. This is it. 2 documents that couldn't be more irrelevant, and a spreadsheet that Jirard literally made himself, which, as I will show you later, is so wrong it's laughable. There isn't a single piece of evidence or receipt here substantiating Jirard's story. Now let's look at the other folders. We have an archive of videos me and Muta uploaded. Okay, well that's just public videos and doesn't explain what he did. I guess the real important stuff must be in this third folder, Research. In this folder I can see there is even a folder dedicated to myself. I'm extremely curious about what this could be. Holy shit, Jirard has been putting in some serious work. This is what Jirard cares about. He will collate and take screenshots of every single controversy I've ever been in and record every stupid thing I've ever said on Discord or Twitter, and he'll give you all of that. But when it comes to the crimes he committed through Indieland and his charity, he will give you nothing. This right here is what the video is about. It's about leveraging the hate for me in a way that will make people believe whatever bullshit story he gives them without a single shred of evidence. And it worked. The public loved it. Now you might notice that despite Jirard's amazing response video and incredible evidence, I'm still throwing around some pretty serious words, like con artist and charity fraud and crimes. And I'm using those words because they accurately describe Jirard and what he did. And I will establish all of these things again in great detail in this video. And while Jirard's charity fraud and continued dishonesty is obviously the most important issue at hand, I did feel it prudent to establish that Jirard's video was merely a hit piece on me disguised as an apology. And I felt the need to establish this up front because I know many people will not watch this full video. In his video, Jirard lies about everything, and all of his lies are pretty unbelievable, but I don't think you're ready for how dishonest his video truly is. I really don't think you understand. So if you watched his video and came away from it thinking that you were told any form of truth, then buckle up, because things are about to get crazy.
On November 13, 2023, two content creators named Carl Jobst and Mudahar Anas made videos detailing on how my family's charity, the Open Hand Foundation, had not made a contribution since its founding, despite numerous fundraisers and misleading statements by myself about charitable partners.
No, Jirard, not misleading statements, lies. A misleading statement is why people are upset with me and my conduct throughout the Billy Mitchell lawsuit. I never said anything that was untrue, and I even literally said what the lawsuit was about, but I just didn't make it clear enough or say it enough, and gave many people the impression that the lawsuit was about something it wasn't. So while I didn't lie, my behavior led to a lot of people being confused and having the wrong idea. What you did was you lied. You said something that was entirely untrue. And not only did you say something that was untrue, but you said it knowing that it was untrue. Of course, I could go back and replay my call with Jirard, where he admits this himself, but Jirard admits it again in this very video anyway, so I don't need to. But already we are 30 seconds in, and Jirard is being dishonest.
On November 13, 2023, two content creators named Carl Jobst and Mudahar Anas made videos detailing on how my family's charity, the Open Hand Foundation, had not made a contribution since its founding, despite numerous fundraisers and misleading statements by myself about charitable partners. Within a matter of days, and before I really had any opportunity to present any information of my own, the narrative had shifted. I was being accused of embezzlement and charity fraud.
This is some insane retconning. I want the audience to notice this specific behavior. Jirard will just casually say many things in this video that are flat out lies, and he is banking on the fact that you don't remember what happened 2 years ago. And he is absolutely correct for the vast majority of people who watched his video. I mean, let's be honest, most people just watched the videos 2 years ago because they were entertaining, and didn't think much more about it. But because I was directly involved, I do remember what happened. So I have the unfortunate task of making a 4-hour video dissecting every sentence Jirard utters because they are all complete piles of horseshit. Jirard asserts that he didn't have a chance to provide any information of his own. This is a flat-out lie. And in fact, it was the Open Hand Foundation that refused to talk with me and shut down any further discourse. On November 4, 2023, I emailed the Open Hand Foundation asking about their lack of contributions. They responded on the 8th of November saying that they hadn't found a suitable partner to contribute the money to. On that very same day, I followed up, asking about why the UCSF was listed on their website as a beneficiary and asking if they believed that donors have a right to know that their donations have not gone towards dementia research, as they were led to believe. And this was the Open Hand response. The two most important parts are the last two paragraphs, the first of which denies any wrongdoing whatsoever, and says that the mere insinuation is unwarranted and unfounded. They then say directly that they do not intend to issue further public comments on these matters. So two things were crystal clear. The Open Hand Foundation were denying any wrongdoing, which as we now know was admittedly false, and secondly, they were not interested in talking with the public and specify that they would not be making any further comments. Already, just based on this official response, Jirard's assertion that he didn't have a chance to provide information is a bold-faced lie. And as we will learn, Jirard knew about this email when it arrived, so he can't use the excuse that he didn't know about it and was out of the loop. Then, also before the videos even came out, we spoke with Jirard. He did have a chance to provide information, and the information he provided wasn't good. He admitted that he knew the donations hadn't been contributed in 2022 and still continued to lie all throughout 2023 and continued lying right up until this went public. And it's not like Jirard didn't have some time to prepare a response. When Mudahar messaged him for a call, Jirard said that things had been building the last couple of days. The only thing that had happened before this message was my email exchange. So Jirard knew for an entire week what the issue was, and still, despite knowing well in advance what the call would be about, his response was still as terrible as it was. Now pay attention for a second and notice what I'm doing as we go along. And this is extremely important. When I say I emailed the Open Hand Foundation, I show you the email. And the reason I can show you the email is because the email actually exists. Jirard says many times throughout his video that correspondence was happening to certain organizations, but doesn't provide a single email a single time. I hypothesize that he doesn't show any of this correspondence because it simply doesn't exist.
Within a matter of days, and before I really had any opportunity to present any information of my own, the narrative had shifted. I was being accused of embezzlement and charity fraud.
Neither I nor Mudahar accused you of embezzlement in those initial videos. I don't think Mudahar has ever accused you of embezzlement, and I only accused you of embezzlement after your response video where you admitted to it. The only thing we accused you of at that time was charity fraud. We are less than a minute into this video, and Jirard has mischaracterized multiple crucial elements of how this all began. The purpose of this mischaracterization is to paint himself as a victim, lying and saying he didn't have a chance to respond, lying about what he was accused of, and downplaying what he did, all serve to make him more sympathetic from the outset of the video. It's pure manipulation.
Within a matter of days, and before I really had any opportunity to present any information of my own, the narrative had shifted. I was being accused of embezzlement and charity fraud, with Carl and Mudahar directing their viewers to report my family's charity to the authorities, prompting a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice.
Jirard shows a letter from the Department of Justice and says that they were notified that the DOJ had opened a criminal investigation. But that's not what this letter says at all. This is merely a notice of an audit and a request for documents. The letter states, "The Office of the Attorney General has the duty to supervise charitable organizations under Corporations Code Section 5250 and Government Code Sections 12580 to 12599.8. These provisions are part of the California codes and are regulatory statutes, enforced administratively or through civil court. They are not criminal statutes enforced by prosecution. We will take a look at the criminal statute soon, but what Jirard is showing and saying are two completely different things. There is a big difference between the government and corporation codes outlined in this letter, which sets civil rules for organizations, and the penal code that defines crimes. So let's look at what codes the letter refers to and what they mean. The first is Corporations Code Section 5250. This code grants the Attorney General the power to examine a corporation's affairs. This is the code that allows the Attorney General to audit a corporation and request documents. The second code in the letter is Government Code Sections 12580 through 12599.8. These codes regulate behavior by charitable organizations, trustees, and commercial fundraisers. For example, Code 12599.6 regulates the behavior of charitable organizations, with A stating that charitable organizations and commercial fundraisers for charitable purposes shall not misrepresent the purpose of the charitable organization or the nature or purpose or beneficiary of a solicitation. A misrepresentation may be accompanied by words or conduct or failure to disclose a material fact. I think we can all agree that Jirard violated this code. Jirard even admits it in this video. We don't need a DOJ audit to establish this fact. But violating this code is not a crime, and can never result in criminal prosecution. Title 11 of the California Code of Regulations, sections 999.6 through 999.8, dictates how the Attorney General can enforce violations of the government code. It states, the Attorney General may take administrative action for violations of section 12580 et sequentis of the government code, including but not limited to, refuse to register or revoke or suspend the registration of a charitable corporation, issue a cease and desist order, or impose a penalty. And a penalty is a fine of up to $1,000 per violation. These are all of the actions the Attorney General could take for violations of section 12599.6. which the Open Hand Foundation certainly did violate. But all of these are only administrative actions. They aren't criminal prosecution. Jirard is either one of two things. He is either grossly misinformed about what this letter represents, or he is lying. Given the fact that 2 years have passed since receiving this letter, giving him ample opportunity to know what this letter is saying, and the fact that Jirard has already lied multiple times in the first minute of this video, and spoiler alert, will continue to lie throughout the rest of the video, I'm inclined to believe he is simply lying here. To reiterate, this is not a notice of a criminal investigation. This is a notice of a regulatory audit. I feel as though Jirard is intentionally lying about what this audit represents, because whatever the outcome of this particular audit is, it won't be criminal, which he can then use to vindicate himself and use as evidence that he didn't commit a crime. It is possible that the DOJ escalates this to a criminal investigation, but that's certainly not what this letter is saying. And even if the DOJ did escalate this to a criminal investigation, they certainly wouldn't send the Open Hand Foundation a nice letter tipping them off to it. Furthermore, showing this correspondence is a clear indication that Jirard is willing to share correspondence when it's available. So the fact that he shared this particular correspondence, but not the one where he claims they said the audit was all wrapped up, leads me to believe the latter doesn't exist. But even still, Jirard showed a document on screen and flat out lied about what it was. Jirard cannot even tell the truth when he is showing something on screen for everyone to read. Why on earth would I believe anything he says when he shows nothing?
Prompting a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice. We were informed that the investigation officially wrapped up in the fall of 2024. All that remained was a meeting with the Department of Justice to clear up any lingering questions, such as why the Open Hand had been mass flagged in the first place. I was constantly told by the Department of Justice that this is the final meeting, and the final meeting was right around the corner. But officially now, over a year has passed since then. I didn't want to speak publicly about this whole investigation until I had those final results in my hand, hence my silence all this time. The honest truth is that the Department of Justice will not respond to any emails, despite telling Open Hand's lawyers that they're interested in one final meeting to close the case. It has been over a year waiting on this matter, and the fact of the matter is, I need to move on. Whenever I get this final documentation, whatever it says, I don't care what it is, I will share the results with whatever I am legally allowed to share as soon as I can. And I am still absolutely confident that the accusations of fraud and embezzlement will be proven false.
It is literally impossible for a regulatory audit to prove fraud and embezzlement true or false. Fraud and embezzlement are crimes. Violations of the California Government Code are not. It turns out I was correct in assuming that Jirard would use this regulatory audit to prove that he didn't do anything criminal, and he is admitting that he is going to do that very thing once this audit concludes. It's incredible.
However, even if we never broke the law, serious moral mistakes were still made by myself and the foundation. The Open Hand took far too long to donate. We never explained why it took so long until after everyone called us out. And I lied about this for all of Indieland's years, both knowingly in 2023 and unknowingly in all the years before.
Jirard, lying when soliciting for donations of a charitable cause is a crime. We just looked at the California Government Code that regulates charitable organizations. But now let's look at the Penal Code, which is the criminal code that regulates all persons. California Penal Code 532D states, any person who solicits or attempts to solicit or receives money or property of any kind for a charitable, religious, or eleemosynary purpose, and who directly or indirectly makes, utters, or delivers, either orally or in writing, an unqualified statement of fact concerning the purpose or organization for which the money or property is solicited or received, or concerning the cost and expense of solicitation, or the manner in which the money or property or any part thereof is to be used, which statement is in fact false false and was made, uttered, or delivered by that person either willingly or with the knowledge of its falsity, or negligently without due consideration of those facts which by the use of ordinary care he or she should have known, is guilty of a misdemeanor, and is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for not more than 1 year, by a fine not exceeding $5,000, or by both that imprisonment and fine. When I say charity fraud, this is what I'm referring to. There is no law or code called simply charity fraud. Charity fraud is just an umbrella term for a whole range of laws governing the behavior of charities. This particular code is a pretty long sentence, and there is a lot of fluff to it. But let's break it down to explain how Jirard broke this particular law. Before I do though, I want to show my appreciation to Mooney from the YouTube channel Moon Channel. Back in 2023, he made a video that was critical of my coverage of the Completionist. His point was that I was accusing Jirard of committing crimes while not doing my due diligence. And if I do want to accuse someone of committing a crime, I should probably check the statute to see if my allegations have any legs to stand on. I responded pretty angrily to his video, because in my opinion, it was a bad video. Mooney didn't spend enough time trying to learn about the facts of the matter, and therefore his legal conclusions were flawed and uninformed, at least in my opinion. And he also threw in the same tired accusations and personal attacks that Jirard defenders usually do by saying I was doing it just for the money, etc, etc. And while I do still think the video was very poorly researched when it came to what Jirard and the Open Hand Foundation did, his point about learning about the actual law is very important, and it did stick with me. So to honor Mooney, and because I think that in that one particular regard he was actually correct and had a very valuable point, I'm going to show the specific laws Jirard broke and attempt to prove them to you just like a lawyer would in a court of law. And Mooney, I hope you can message me privately and to let me know if I did or didn't make you proud. So in saying that, let's break down this particular section of the California Penal Code. First, Jirard is a person. Though person in this case or any criminal matter just means an entity, which could also be a corporation. He solicited money. We can all agree on that. He did utter an unqualified statement of fact, and I suppose unqualified probably needs to be explained here. So let's refer to one of Jirard's actual quotes during Indieland 2023, after Jirard knew that his foundation hadn't contributed any money whatsoever.
We are raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia, working with organizations like UCSF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
The unqualified statement of fact here is working with organizations like UCSF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more. What makes this an unqualified statement of fact is that there are no disclaimers or conditions on the claim. Jirard doesn't say, I believe we work with XYZ, or we hope to work with XYZ, or we intend to work with XYZ. He just proclaims they are currently working with them without any conditions as a factual statement. Next, the statement of fact concerns the purpose or organization for which the money or property is solicited. In this case, he is saying the money is used on XYZ organizations when it is not, and the statement is in fact false, which we all know it was, and it was uttered either willfully and with the knowledge of its falsity, or negligently without due consideration of those facts which by the use of ordinary care he or she should have known. In this case, Jirard admits willingly that he knew it was false, so it's an admission that he did so willingly and with the knowledge of its falsity.
And I lied about this for all of Indieland's years, both knowingly in 2023 and unknowingly in all the years before.
But what's interesting about this particular law is that it also includes negligence. And this is very important because generally, in order for someone to be found guilty of a crime, the prosecutor needs to establish that the defendant had something called mens rea. Mens rea is a Latin term meaning guilty mind. It simply means the person knew it was wrong when they did it, but they did it anyway. So even without Jirard's admission, in my interpretation of this law, he would still be guilty. This is because of Jirard's positions not only as a director of the Open Hand Foundation, but as the president of the company that was running the fundraiser Indieland. Both of these positions should require the person to know where the funds are going and what they are being used for. It is actually a legal requirement for a director to know what is happening within their organization. Section 309A of the California Corporations Code states, "A director shall perform the duties of a director, including duties as a member of any committee of the board upon which the director may serve, in good faith, in a manner such director believes to be in the best interest of the corporation and its shareholders, and with such care, including reasonable inquiry, as an ordinarily prudent person in a position would use under similar circumstances." The relevant part of this section is including reasonable inquiry, which means that directors need to make reasonable inquiries into the affairs of their organization. And this legal requirement has been affirmed in case law. In the California Court of Appeal opinion, Bird v. Irvine Company, footnote 12 states, "Directors are not merely bound to be honest. They must also be diligent and careful in performing the duties they have undertaken. They cannot excuse imprudence on the ground of their ignorance or inexperience, or the honesty of their intentions, and if they commit an error of judgment through mere recklessness or want of ordinary prudence and skill, the corporation may hold them responsible for the consequences." It is utterly negligent to be making false statements of fact like this if you don't know if they are true. When Jirard says he lied during Indieland 2023, he is admitting to this crime. And while he doesn't explicitly state that he is admitting to this particular crime, he is admitting to it nonetheless. But even if he wasn't intentionally lying, he was still negligent and was still committing a crime, and it's a crime that he committed many times over many years. But this isn't the only crime he committed. 532D is definitely charity fraud, but it's not necessarily theft. And previously I have used the word theft to describe what Jirard did. The reason 532D is fraud, but not always theft, is because it doesn't require you to actually obtain property from someone else. All 532 requires is a false statement being uttered while soliciting for charitable purposes. Even if that's all you do, but you don't actually receive property, the crime has still been committed. But theft actually requires a person to take or receive property. Section 484 of the Penal Code tells us exactly what classifies as theft, stating, "Every person who shall feloniously steal, take, carry, lead, or drive away the personal property of another, or who shall fraudulently appropriate property which has been entrusted to him or her, or who shall knowingly and designedly, by any false or fraudulent representation or pretense, defraud any other person of money, labor, or real or personal property, or who causes or procures others to report falsely of his or her wealth or mercantile character, and by thus imposing upon any person, obtains credit and thereby fraudulently gets or obtains possession of money or property, or obtains the labor or service of another, is guilty of theft." This is a long sentence because it's describing many different types of theft at the same time. But let me highlight specific words to make a much more concise sentence that describes a specific type of theft. Every person who shall knowingly and designedly, by any false or fraudulent representation or pretense, obtains possession of money is guilty of theft. And this is also described in Section 532, stating, "Every person who knowingly and designedly, by any false or fraudulent misrepresentation or pretense, defrauds any other person of money, labor, or property, whether real or personal, is punishable in the same manner and to the same extent as for larceny of the money or property so obtained." This particular type of theft has a name. It's called theft by false pretense. And in order to convict someone of theft by false pretense, the prosecution needs to prove to a jury 3 elements. This document is called CalCrim number 1804, theft by false pretense. Statutes and laws can often be complicated, so to make it easy for jurors to establish if a crime has been committed, they give them instructions which break things down into simple parts. And these particular jury instructions are what are given to jurors who need to decide if someone has committed the crime of theft by false pretense. The first element is that the defendant knowingly and intentionally deceived a property owner by false or fraudulent representation or pretense. The knowingly and intentionally verbiage is the mens rea component I mentioned before. Normally, the prosecution would need to provide a lot of evidence to prove that the fraudulent representation was intentional. But in our case, Jirard just admits it. He says he lied.
And I lied about this for all of Indieland's years, both knowingly in 2023 and unknowingly in all the years before. Yes, I did lie about where the donations were going, knowingly so after Indieland 2022.
And he even describes why he lied. He said he lied because he knew the public would be upset, and if the truth was revealed, he could lose everything.
I tried my best to express how upset I was, how upset all of you would rightfully be, and that this could cost me and so many people who worked with me everything we had created and built together.
And he says he kept it a secret, hoping to minimize the damage it could do.
Hoping that I could minimize the damage this might do to everyone in my life, keeping this a secret to prevent anyone else from being complicit. In reality, continuing to hide this throughout 2023 only made everything worse, because now I was still directly complicit.
So Jirard not only admits it was intentional, but he explains why he lied. This admission alone already satisfies element number 1. The second element is that the defendant did so intending to persuade the owner to let the defendant take possession and ownership of the property. This is satisfied because Jirard made repeated fraudulent representations during a fundraiser. The entire point of the event is to take possession and ownership of money from other people. He literally lies and solicits money in adjacent sentences.
We are raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia, working with organizations like USF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more. And we're raising money. I think our next kind of dumb, crazy goal thing is at $6,500, we'll break out the hot sauce.
But not only that, the lies are within the context of a fundraiser anyway, so it couldn't be more clear he's lying to persuade people to transfer ownership of their money.
All the money goes to the Open Hand Foundation, an organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research. We don't touch any of it. We just work with the people who do need the money, and we help them do their thing.
And finally, the third element is that the owner let the defendant take possession and ownership of the property because the owner relied on the representation or pretense. This is critical. Jirard admits he lied to deceive people. It's demonstrable that he did this trying to get people to donate their money. But can we prove that donors relied upon those specific false pretenses when making donations? The jury can't just take for granted that people wouldn't have donated if they were told the truth. The prosecution has to prove it. And in order to prove it, they need witness testimony, i.e. statements from victims. On December 16, 2023, the YouTuber and video game collector Pat the NES Punk posted a lengthy statement regarding the Open Hand Foundation. In it, he states clearly, "I feel I have been defrauded, as I would have never donated money or goods, nor would I have promoted Indieland events had I known the truth that supporter and sponsor donations were not being given to organizations that could have used them. Some of you likely feel the same." And of course, I'm sure this is true for many people. But here we have tangible, definitive testimony that an owner relied upon those false pretenses when donating. And they specifically said that if they knew the truth, they wouldn't have donated. And that's it. If these three elements are demonstrated, the defendant is guilty of theft by false pretense. Notice how there is no number 4 that describes how the money is spent. It doesn't say, number 4, if the defendant donates the money after being caught, they are not guilty. What the defendant does with the money after they receive it is irrelevant. The crime is complete as soon as the money is obtained, and by legal definition, this is theft. Can you imagine a world where as long as you gave the money back or donated it after stealing it, you could avoid criminal prosecution? Can you imagine a world where you can defraud people of hundreds of thousands of dollars, but as long as you hoard it and don't spend it until you're caught, you're off the hook? Apparently Jirard supporters think this is how things should work. But any reasonable person with half a brain would understand that only the most juvenile, naive, or brainwashed people would think that's how the system should treat theft. And lucky for you, the legal system doesn't work that way.
I want to take some time to tell my side of the story and how we got here, but I also want to clear up many of the false accusations made against me, along with addressing the individuals who not only broke this story, but pushed it into the realm of conspiracy. So, yes, just in case all of you are wondering, this is in fact scripted. I am reading from a script, but I want to be clear. The words that you're hearing today are me and only me. There's nobody else trying to influence what I say here. I just want to be sure that everything I say is accurate to the receipts I'm providing, to my own experiences, and most importantly, that you are hearing the truth straight from me, not behind lawyers, other content creators, or voiceovers disembodied by random gameplay footage.
Yes, the real crime here isn't Jirard's charity fraud and theft, it's the fact that I use voiceover with gameplay footage. That's what's really important. And by the way, Jirard says he wants to make sure that everything he says is accurate to the receipts he is providing. So far, he has provided a single receipt, plastered it on screen, and straight up lied about what it was. So if that's what Jirard's intention was, he has already failed miserably.
So for now, let's go back to where all this began, with my mom.
Oh, he's bringing up his mother again.
When she passed away in 2013, my family officially launched a charity organization called the Open Hand Foundation, with the mission of raising awareness and money for dementia research, educational tools, and helping families. We saw a real need after the frustrations we had personally experienced working with UCSF and how they handled our contributions, both financially and with my mom's own body parts. Before my mom passed away, my family was assured of how incredibly helpful her donation would be and what a difference it would make to the research. Well, imagine our frustration when, after donating our mom's brain and spinal cord, along with several thousands of dollars, we were told that her body parts were pretty much useless by a staff of completely different people that we didn't even know anymore. It made my family feel like we had just given away my mom's body parts for nothing, with the contribution feeling more like a feel-good courtesy than a worthwhile sacrifice. This is where the Open Hand Foundation began, and with it, the need for knowing how charitable contributions actually get spent.
This is a fantastic admission, because while it was super obvious to anyone with more than 2 functioning brain cells, I'm really glad to hear Jirard say it openly. If you go to the Open Hand website, you'll find 4 tabs: Home, Our Story, Events, and Contact. But when the charity scandal broke, there were 6. The other 2 were About FTD and Benefactors. Now, just for an FYI, the word benefactor is used incorrectly here. The word the Open Hand Foundation was looking for was beneficiary. A benefactor gives money. A beneficiary receives money. So when I say benefactor, I'm just quoting Open Hand because they said it. But just remember that it's being used incorrectly. On their benefactors page, they listed the UCSF, stating above, the Open Hand Foundation supports the following organizations in their research and support for FTD and other benevolent causes. This was obviously a lie, but they didn't just lie here. On their Our Story page, they quoted David Kessler saying, I am deeply grateful for your recent gift to the UCSF School of Medicine. Your support of FTD and related degenerative diseases research is invaluable. This is funny because not only did the Open Hand never give anything to the UCSF, but this quote is especially misleading because it even says recent gift. And if you all don't remember, David Kessler was fired from the UCSF in 2007. Both the listing of the UCSF on the benefactors page and this quote were total lies. The Open Hand Foundation never gave a single cent to the UCSF. They never worked with the UCSF, and as Jirard states, the Open Hand Foundation was created because of the terrible experience the Khalil family had with the UCSF, and they had already decided to never work with them again. And yet, 10 years later, they were still lying about their relationship with the UCSF and using that false relationship to solicit donations, not only on their website, but from Jirard's own mouth.
Working with organizations like USF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
This admission that the Open Hand Foundation was created because of their terrible experience with the UCSF leads me to believe that Jirard was intentionally lying not just in 2023, but in all instances where he said he was working with the UCSF. Listen to what Jirard said as early as 2020.
My father, my brother, and I started a foundation called the Open Hand Foundation that raises money for dementia research and treatment for organizations all over the world. We're soon going to be partnering up with the Alzheimer's Association, currently working with the University of San Francisco, and we're kind of one of their main funding support partners going into all of this.
Jirard is already lying about funding the UCSF, and he can't hide behind the excuse that he didn't know the money was not going there this time, because the money was never going to go there, and he knew it. Even in the Open Hands official response to me, they admitted they made prior contributions to an organization, which we now know for a fact was the UCSF, that they were unhappy with, saying, and I quote, "Prior to our official registration as a foundation, we donated body parts for research and made financial contributions to an institution that in our view made insufficient progress in the fight against these debilitating conditions. This prior experience has taught us the importance of careful consideration in our partnerships and is the reason why we continue to search for a proper partner and recipient of our donations." So we have admissions from both Jirard and Jacques that they didn't like the UCSF, didn't appreciate their work, thought they made insufficient progress, and that's why they weren't donating any money to them. And yet they lied on their website the entire time, saying the UCSF was their beneficiary. They put a misleading quote on their website that didn't even relate to the Open Hand Foundation, thanking them for a recent gift. And Jirard was lying for multiple years, even well before 2022, stating that the Open Hand Foundation was a main funding support partner for the UCSF. And can you believe it, there is even more. In an article advertising Indieland 2019 on nintendosoup.com, it says this: the Open Hand Foundation was established in 2003 by Charles Khalil, Jirard's dad, in an attempt to help raise awareness around dementia while funding research. For the last 16 years, the foundation has been working with the UCSF Memory and Aging Center to not only help with research and prevention, but to provide aid for families who found out a loved one has been diagnosed with dementia. And the source of this article? You guessed it, The Completionist. It cannot be more blatant and obvious that this was intentional charity fraud. This lie has multiple levels of deception. Not only was it a lie because the Open Hand Foundation wasn't working with or funding the UCSF at the time or ever before, it was a lie because they were never even intending to. And it was a lie across multiple platforms, across multiple people within the foundation, and across many years. This is fucking egregious. And then when I pressed them on their lies about the UCSF, their response was to accuse me of making unwarranted and unfounded insinuations of wrongdoing.
And as for me, I didn't really get involved into any of this until I reached a place in my career where I really felt like I could use my platform to make a big difference.
Jirard says that he was never really involved, but that's not the story he had previously been telling for years. The story was always that he started the charity either himself or with his dad.
We were raising money for the Open Hand Foundation, which is a foundation I started with my dad. My father, my brother, and I started a foundation called the Open Hand Foundation that raises money, and we raised money for the Open Hand Foundation. The Open Hand Foundation is a organization my father and I started. It is an official 501c3. She got dementia when I was 10 years old, and we started a foundation in honor of her in 2003. I started it when I was a young boy with my dad in honor of my mom who had dementia.
And I also find it weird that he would keep changing the date that the organization was founded. In any case, Jirard has always been a director of the foundation since its formation, as, which we discussed earlier, meant that he was legally required to be involved. Simply waving his hands in the air and saying he wasn't involved is not a legal defense.
However, after we finished our 5th show in November of 2022, I spoke with my family about all the good we were doing, and I really wanted to get a representative from one of our charity partners to come and speak at Indieland 2023. Only then did I learn that the Open Hand Foundation had never made a contribution since its founding, and there were no official partners. All the money was sitting there, untouched and accounted for, ready to be donated. But at the time, there was a massive disagreement between myself and my family. I personally thought it was important that the money be donated right away. Meanwhile, my family's perspective was very different than mine. They had been negotiating with several organizations to establish contracts to take a bulk sum of money as a restricted donation. These conversations revealed that many of these potential organizations were happy to take the money, but didn't want to track what they saw as a low sum compared to the 6 to 7 figure amounts they were used to receiving from mostly corporate interest groups. After a lot of tough conversations over the years, my family settled on a goal of raising $1 million before donating, hoping that this would be a massive milestone that would help organizations to take the foundation way more seriously. But I didn't know about any of this, and I didn't care. I wanted it to go to a reputable charity that would do great things with it right away. That means for the next 12 months, I knew about the money not being donated and was having constant conversations to get it to the right place, trying to repair relationships and negotiate in good faith with several different potential benefactors.
I don't believe any of this for multiple reasons. Firstly, of course Jirard won't show any correspondence, in my opinion because it doesn't exist. Secondly, this is completely different from the Open Hand's original official response. The official response stated they hadn't found a partner they wanted to work with, and that's why they haven't contributed funds. Not that they had a goal to raise $1 million or that they wanted to make a restricted donation. They even asked me to give them recommendations for potential candidates. Why would you do that when your established goal was to hoard the money? When we spoke with Jirard, he never said his family had made a goal to raise $1 million either. He just said a large amount of money. On their website, they didn't say they had a goal to raise $1 million. Instead, they were lying, saying that they were already supporting the UCSF. If any of this were true, it would be easy to demonstrate. Again, where are the emails to charitable organizations where they refuse to take a restricted donation of that sum? Where are the Open Hands emails trying to make a contribution? This story honestly sounds ridiculous. A magical sum of $1 million that Jirard was never told about, despite being the largest fundraiser for the charity? Give me a break.
Since it was now up to me to get this money donated, I needed to stay on the board of directors for Open Hand, at least until the donation was officially made. It was around this point that I realized that I was in way over my head. I had just lost my job at G4, and finances were a complete mess all around for myself and my company. I was scrambling to get the Completionist restructured with new ideas and a new tone. And I was practically traveling or doing some work event almost every single week, almost the entire year. But everything was up in the air, and all of it was on me, all at once.
Jirard is trying to justify charity fraud. He is making excuse after excuse. His life was so hard. He was so busy. He had so much responsibility. He was such an important person. So it's kind of understandable that he lied to everyone for years. I mean, if you were in his position, you would lie too.
And on top of all this was the news that I now had to fix a problem that had been unknowingly brewing for several years.
What problem is that exactly, Jirard? Because according to the Open Hand Foundation, they had done nothing wrong, and any insinuation otherwise was unfounded.
However, even at this point, I couldn't just do whatever I wanted. And this is where the real conflict started. I tried my best to express how upset I was, how upset all of you would rightfully be, and that this could cost me and so many people who worked with me everything we had created and built together.
Why would we be upset, Jirard? Why could this cost you everything? Think about what Jirard is saying. He is admitting that even before our videos, before any of this was made public, he knew that it was the actions of himself and the foundation that could cost him everything. He is not saying that if some content creators found out and started spreading conspiracy theories that he could lose everything. He's saying that if the public finds out what he's done, he could lose everything, because what he did was wrong. He is admitting that he knew there was wrongdoing before we even found out about it. There is a good reason he thought he could lose everything, and there is a good reason he is saying the public would be upset. It's because there was a legitimate reason for the public to be angry, and it has nothing to do with me or Mudahar. It was the conduct of Jirard and his family that was the problem. But despite admitting this right here, he then goes on and attempts to use sleight of hand throughout the entire video to hide this core truth, and frame everything as though he is just an innocent victim and me and Mudahar are really the bad guys.
And I was simply brushed aside. I had learned the hard way that the charity world moves at a glacial pace, and I've been going around touting all these organizations and all the good we'll be doing for many years, only for all of it to be a bunch of empty promises.
Notice that wording, empty promises. A promise is an assurance that something will happen in the future. That wasn't what Jirard was saying. He was saying he was currently working with organizations and had worked with organizations in the past. These aren't empty promises, they are just lies. Again, he continuously downplays what he did because he wants you to forget what actually happened.
Even after I stepped up, my best efforts to donate as fast as possible would never be good enough, as every decision I wanted to make now had to be approved by a long list of people on both the open hand side and the potential benefactors that I have been speaking with.
And yet, you won't show any of these conversations. Instead, you felt it important to catalog my complete Discord history over the past 7 years and post a little Word document noting that I had read the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad. That's what you felt you needed to put your efforts into. And it's certainly not because these conversations are a complete fabrication, it's because really, at the end of the day, what's most important isn't proving your story, it's proving that I say stupid shit on Discord. A fact that everyone on the planet knows by now. Even in his initial call to Mutahar and I, Jirard boasted about how there was a paper trail confirming these talks.
So I know I have a paper trail of us talking to other organizations as early as 2020 and 2021 in an attempt to pay them what they were owed. And most of the conversations we had from some of the bigger orgs like Alzheimer's, they were like, look, if you're not going to pay more than 6 figures or 6+ figures of what they asked for, then you're just going to waste it.
But 2 years later, we have seen nothing.
So I feel that some context on my family might be helpful right here.
No, Jirard, context is not very important here, and this whole sob story about you being busy and about you not being able to make decisions has nothing to do with you lying about what your charity was doing. What's interesting is that Jirard is still trying to paint a bigger and bigger picture of himself being the victim. All this is Jirard trying to make justifications for lying. He's making excuses for everything. I mean, maybe we should be praising Jirard. He was the one who wanted to donate the money because he's such an amazing and generous person, but he just couldn't do it because his evil family wouldn't let him. If anything, we should feel sorry for Jirard. None of this is his fault at all.
My dad has always loomed large in every aspect of my life, and that absolutely extended to my own experiences with the Open Hand Foundation, and at times, even my own business.
Your dad is a tyrant, so you needed to commit charity fraud.
The expectations were that I should have been an engineer, or I should have been a lawyer.
Your dad thought you should have been an engineer or a lawyer, so you needed to commit charity fraud.
I did not have the final call on any major decisions when it came to the Open Hand and its finances. I was one of many people in charge.
You had no power, therefore you needed to lie and commit charity fraud.
To my family, I was seen as the video game guy, not the business guy or the charity guy. Regardless, the outcomes were absolutely my responsibility because all of you at home donated your hard-earned money and time and did so with your trust in me in mind. So when I learned the truth, I made it my goal that no matter what happened, the money had to get donated. There was no other outcome that I would allow.
I can't believe that he is actually trying to claim that he is the hero of this story. This is truly amazing.
And that's where the real nasty core to all of this is. Nobody embezzled or touched any money.
We will definitely delve into the embezzlement claims later in the video, trust me, but I will leave it for now.
No crime was committed or covered up here.
Lying when soliciting for money for charitable purposes is a crime. Lying to obtain money from another person is a crime. Jirard is legitimately trying to convince you and the entire public that lying to solicit money is not a crime. What kind of crazy world are we living in that someone would think that or even attempt to make you believe that? Crimes were definitely committed. Those crimes were committed many times over many years.
And the results of the Department of Justice's investigation will hopefully one day be proof of this.
No, it will not. Again, this is just a regulatory audit. This guy is such a con artist. I can absolutely assure you that the vast majority of people who watched this video had no idea they were being lied to this badly and being manipulated this heavily. This is a stunning degree of deception. I mean, it is impressively vile.
The decision to wait to donate until the foundation raised $1 million, along with the struggle of figuring out why that was necessary in the first place, should have absolutely been communicated with all of you. The Open Hand Foundation, and myself especially, should have been more transparent with its struggles and its goals. Period.
This isn't about transparency. This is about you lying to solicit money. The law already ensures that charities are transparent. That's why all of the Open Hand's tax filings are publicly accessible. That's why all charities' tax filings are publicly accessible. And if the filings are done correctly, this ensures that all charities are transparent by this very function. Saying that you should have been more transparent is downplaying what actually happened. This is not an issue of transparency at all, and never has been. This is an issue of you and your charity straight up lying for years.
A week after Indieland 2023 had wrapped up, and before I could get back to the donation efforts and conversations I was having, my heart stopped when I saw an email to the Open Hand Foundation came from a one Carl Jobst. I'm very familiar with Carl's work, as he had been known at the time to be a groundbreaking creator that claimed to take down cheaters, liars, and scammers. And I knew what was coming next.
Okay, I am really excited to show you this. And this is what makes Jirard's story so funny. Jirard talks about the day he received my email, which was November 4. Well, guess what Jirard was doing on that exact same day? Here, let me show you.
I run my own charity called the Open Hand Foundation, and all the money that we aggregate, I started it when I was a young boy with my dad in honor of my mom who had dementia. And so we just every year we try and raise as much money as possible, and then we go work with Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco, Association for FTD, which is what my mom had, FTD. So we've worked with big and small organizations across the board.
You can't make this up. Jirard was still lying even after Indieland 2023, when there was no good reason to lie at all. I can understand why Jirard would lie to get more donations during Indieland. That's totally illegal, and Jirard is totally breaking the law by doing that, but it makes sense. If you lie about all the amazing organizations you work with, you're probably going to get more donations. But this was during some random podcast. Jirard is just a liar through and through. He will lie always, at all times, about anything and everything, and I've demonstrated this over and over and over again. And that's why it's so funny and sad that he can make a video showing you literally no evidence of anything, lie the entire time, and the public eats it up like candy.
A few days later, on November 10th, I received a message from another creator, Mudahar Anas, also known as Some Ordinary Gamers. I respected and trusted Mudahar, so when he asked if I wanted to hop on a Discord call to talk about a discrepancy with some of the Open Hand Foundation's publicly available documents, I agreed, thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe we could chat this out and clear the air, no problem. Mudahar never once asked about the laws or regulations that Carl had asked about, so I had no reason to think they were collaborating together, especially since they had no prior history together online. I hopped on the call, assuming that this would just be the two of us, until my surprise, I saw Carl join. The rest of what's publicly available to all of you is essentially me having a panic attack while trying to be transparent with two creators I respected at the time, all at the behest of throwing my friends and family under several buses.
Jirard makes a good point here, though I never knew he didn't know I would be part of the call until his video. When I heard Jirard say this, I immediately thought he was just lying. I thought there was no way that Mudahar didn't tell him that I would be there. And during the call, I had no idea that Jirard didn't know that I would be there. But when I asked Mudahar for his messages with Jirard, my name doesn't appear at all. Mudahar asserts that it should have been obvious that I was a part of the call. And he does say we in this message, and the only other person that had contacted the charity was me. And Mudahar says adding to GC in the message, with GC meaning group chat, i.e. more than two people. And on Discord, Muda also says adding to GC, which was at the exact same time that the call started on my end. So the group chat seems to have begun all at the same time. Jirard saying that I joined the call might be a bit misleading because everyone joined at the same time. It's not like I ambushed him while he was already speaking with Muda. Regardless, I really had no idea Muda never said my name. And personally, I think he should have. So in my opinion, it makes sense given these messages that Jirard wouldn't know I would be in the call. And that's unfortunate, and certainly wasn't my understanding of the situation or my intention. Though either way, the material facts that I relied upon in that call haven't changed, so it didn't really seem to make a difference. The only relevant thing I took away from that call is that you claimed you knew the money was still there in 2022 and was still lying about it an entire year later. And this claim hasn't changed. You're still making it. Everything else in the call, like the fact that you were panicking because you knew you were in deep shit, didn't affect my reporting on the situation. You even tried to guilt trip us into not telling the public, remember?
I'm just asking from a humanity perspective of like, if I am the target of this, I have 20 mouths to feed. I have sponsors. I have a business. I'm trying to make video games. I'm trying to get out of content creation so I don't have to worry about YouTube anymore and do better things in the world. And I just know because of my track record of things like G4 exploding, me being friends with JonTron when he was a racist, I've been a part of Pro Jared, pulling one thread about the charity thing is going to upheave my entire life in a way that scares the living crap out of me. And I don't want to go home tonight and tell everyone, hey, there is a gigantic thing coming to claim my career and you all have to close down and find somewhere else to do.
You weren't panicking because you respected us as creators, you were panicking because you had committed charity fraud and hoarded every donation you had ever received for an entire decade, and you knew you were about to be exposed.
I saw the headlines coming and I spiraled, losing control of everything. I did my best to reiterate my family's infighting, the struggles with finding a donor for a restricted donation, and that no matter what was going to happen, all the money was accounted for and ready to be donated.
Every issue Jirard just raised is completely irrelevant. And for full transparency, I don't believe Jirard's story. I think he always knew the money wasn't being contributed. That's why his behavior didn't change a single bit pre and post 2022 when he says he found out. I really mean that. His behavior didn't change at all. And in fact, he was lying more in 2023 than in any other previous year. And as I pointed out, he was already lying about the UCSF the entire time, even before 2022, knowing full well the Open Hand Foundation didn't plan to work with them. His story has more holes in it than a block of Swiss cheese. But just taking Jirard at his word, even if we strangely accept that a charity wouldn't accept a restricted donation, even if we accept that he really wanted to donate the money but his family wouldn't let him, that doesn't change anything. The problem is that he lied about his charity in order to solicit donations, which is a crime.
And they even acknowledged that there was no evidence of embezzlement and that it's not even what they were asking about. So it gave me some hope that this whole thing could be recovered in some way.
Yes, at the time the only thing we knew was that the money hadn't been donated, and that's all we were asking about.
I was terrified and I should have kept my mouth shut. But some part of me believed that if I was honest right from the get-go, maybe I could get out ahead of this and it could end up just being more of a cautionary situation for people to know.
He is still trying to claim that he did nothing wrong. Should have kept his mouth shut? Get ahead of this? These are the phrases of someone who doesn't think they did anything wrong and only cares about saving their reputation. He's trying to make it seem like him taking the call is what did him in. No, Jirard, the call really didn't make much of a difference. You fucked up when you lied about what your charity was doing for years and continued to cover it up even after you claim you found out.
Maybe I could get out ahead of this and it could end up just being more of a cautionary situation for people to know.
What would the cautionary tale be? Don't commit charity fraud? I think that's pretty obvious. I don't think people need to see you do it to know that it's wrong.
3 days later, Monday, November the 13th, Mudahar and Carl released their videos, and the story was broken. It made donating even more important, but even more difficult due to the new online reputation of the Open Hand Foundation and myself. Many of these organizations we'd been speaking with suddenly wanted nothing to do with us, legally informing us to keep our distance, and the situation quickly became desperate. Thankfully, my brother and I were able to secure a meeting with AFTD the very next day, and by November 29th of 2023, the Association of Frontotemporal Dementia received $600,000 from the Open Hand Foundation.
I cannot prove if Jirard is lying here because again he doesn't show any correspondence, but this story makes no sense. He's claiming that within a day of our videos, many organizations that had been speaking with them previously legally told them to keep their distance. Within a day of 2 YouTube videos, many, not one, not two, but many of these huge organizations with huge legal teams legally told them to keep their distance. Do you understand how insanely stupid this claim is? This is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Jirard legitimately treats you all like morons. Let's unpack this because it really is astounding.
Many of these organizations we'd been speaking with suddenly wanted nothing to do with us, legally informing us to keep our distance, and the situation quickly became desperate.
First, in order for him to say many of the organizations he'd been speaking with, he would have needed to have been speaking with many organizations in the first place. So many organizations that the adjective many would still apply even to a fraction of that number, which implies he was speaking with a lot of organizations, but again refuses to show a single email or correspondence. Then he asserts that the legal teams of many of these organizations watched our YouTube videos by sheer chance or read an IGN article by sheer chance, and then within that same day had conducted an assessment of the situation and decided to tell the Open Hand Foundation to legally keep their distance. Jirard had been having talks with all of these organizations for the entire year discussing God knows what or doing God knows what, and refuses to show any evidence for any of this. But when it comes to the part of the story where apparently our videos made it difficult to donate, the turnaround time amazingly became so quick that a legal team would make that judgment within 24 hours and contact the Open Hand Foundation. Though apparently our videos didn't make things that difficult, because the very next day they were able to get a meeting with the AFTD.
Thankfully, my brother and I were able to secure a meeting with AFTD the very next day.
The very next day. Is this supposed to be a coincidence? What was Jirard doing the entire year before this? Jirard was already lying about working with the AFTD specifically.
Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco, Association for FTD, which is what my mom had, FTD.
So what changed? Did they refuse to have a meeting before our videos, but suddenly changed their minds mysteriously for no reason? Why couldn't you get a meeting beforehand? And within 2 weeks, you're able to organize exactly what you wanted, conveniently immediately after you're exposed.
And by November 29th of 2023, the Association of Frontotemporal Dementia received $600,000 from the Open Hand Foundation.
So according to Jirard, our videos made it more difficult to work with organizations, but despite that, he was able to get a meeting within 24 hours with the specific organization that he'd been previously lying about and donate $600,000 within 2 weeks. But for the previous year, this was impossible, despite their charity fraud not being public and despite Jirard making it his mission to get that money donated. And didn't Jirard just say this a moment ago?
I had learned the hard way that the charity world moves at a glacial pace. Even after I stepped up, my best efforts to donate as fast as possible would never be good enough, as every decision I wanted to make now had to be approved by a long list of people on both the Open Hand side and the potential benefactors that I have been speaking with.
Are you really still believing this guy? He will claim that things take time and move at a glacial pace, which is why he couldn't donate the money for an entire year or even get a meeting with the AFTD. But the moment he gets exposed, he can get a meeting within a day and donate the money within 2 weeks. What changed, Jirard? Did your family have a sudden change of heart? And it's not like they didn't have the money the previous year. They donated $600,000, which is less than what they had already raised by the end of 2022. So for the entire year, this was already possible. I'm sorry, I'm not that gullible. I'm not going to believe you when you say that by sheer luck, an organization magically decided to give you everything you wanted within 2 weeks of being exposed when it was impossible the entire previous year. I simply refuse to believe you unless this is proven, because on its face, it sounds fucking stupid. I think this is a complete lie. I think Jirard had been speaking with nobody, which is why he won't show any emails. I believe Jirard was speaking with nobody, which is why he couldn't get a meeting. And I believe he was speaking with nobody, which is why he didn't donate the money earlier.
The money that remained in the Open Hands account was intended to cover any future operating expenses or potential legal fees. That would prove to be important since the very next day on November 30th, we received a notice from the California Department of Justice that the Open Hand Foundation was now being investigated. All receipts were being sent over, and per legal advice, everyone's mouths were to be kept shut.
Again, Jirard is trying to mislead you into believing the Open Hand Foundation is being investigated by the DOJ when they are simply conducting a regulatory audit. These two are not the same. When you examine the penal code, which deals with criminal law, you will see the word investigation all the time. And when people hear the word investigation, they assume criminal, because that's how it's used in common language. You would never hear an accountant say a client is being investigated when they are just being audited.
The main priority for me was, at the very least, the $459,129.90 raised by Indieland donors would finally go to the original cause of dementia research in honor of my mother.
Spoiler alert, this figure, the big one that Jirard plastered on screen, is wrong. But we'll get to that when he brings it up again. However, I'll show you something that's pretty amusing. Listen to Jirard talking about how much money Indieland had raised before Indieland 2022.
Wow, coming on 8 years now. I started an indie event called Indieland, and I have it every year around October, September, and it started out as a charity event to raise money for dementia research. My mom got dementia when I was 10 years old, and so now that I have a huge platform, I've been really wanting to give back in memory of her. She passed away several years ago, and honor developers who are struggling to make their games be seen at large. So we have this 3 or 4 day nonstop mini, almost GDQ event where developers come on and we torture each other with waxing and hot sauce stuff, all in the name of promoting great indie games and raising money for charity. We've raised over almost $1 million in the last 7 years.
Amazing.
And this year we're doing it in person.
Notice how he really wanted to say over $1 million, but decided to stop himself.
And raising money for charity. We've raised over almost $1 million in the last 7 years.
Amazing.
But more importantly, look at how this misrepresentation affected the other co-hosts.
And raising money for charity. We've raised over almost $1 million in the last 7 years.
Amazing.
And this year we're doing it in person. So we'll have
That's so cool.
ticketed event and raising money for charity. We've raised over almost $1 million in the last 7 years.
Amazing.
And this year we're doing it in person. So
you can really see why Jirard would lie like this. It really does have a massive impact on people. So apparently before Indieland 2022, Indieland had raised almost $1 million. But now after 2 more fundraisers on top of that, the money raised is now down to less than $500,000. Now, before some internet accountant tries to accuse me of using Jirard's quote to claim that Indieland really did raise $1 million, that isn't my point. I'm just showing you to illustrate for the millionth time that Jirard has been lying about every aspect of his charity and Indieland for years.
At this point, my family and I were completely overwhelmed with the noise coming in. And as a result, we brought in several different professionals to help us determine how to even best respond to the ever-growing list of allegations. This is what finally led to my response on December 9th of 2023. All the information that I'm sharing with you right now and going to be sharing with you, this is what I wanted to say in that video. At the time, the Open Hands Foundation's legal counsel instructed me not to say or share anything because nobody knew what would be relevant to the pending investigation by the government.
Dude, this bro is seriously trying to con you into believing this investigation was that serious. This cannot be an accident.
I was essentially handcuffed from telling the full story because our lawyers instructed me to not address any information potentially related to the ongoing investigation, which included receipts, potential evidence, and even fully admitting to any and all of my mistakes.
I can understand not wanting to say anything incriminating or taking full responsibility when there are legal issues pending. I experienced the exact same thing when I made my first response video. I didn't take as much responsibility as I wanted to, because I feared that it would be used in court if I were to appeal. So you're kind of screwed either way if you've actually done something wrong. However, in my case, I was literally engaged in a real lawsuit that was actually ongoing. The Open Hand Foundation was just being audited. There were no legal proceedings, there was no criminal investigation. All that had happened was that the DOJ had requested some documents. Still, if Jirard wants to make the argument that he feared legal action and didn't want to admit anything, I will accept that. I think that's a reasonable thing someone would do. If I had committed charity fraud for years, I probably wouldn't publicly admit it either. The moment you lied for years about what your charity was doing, you were doomed, and there was nothing you could say or admit that would fix it.
I was essentially handcuffed from telling the full story because our lawyers instructed me to not address any information potentially related to the ongoing investigation, which included receipts, potential evidence, and even fully admitting to any and all of my mistakes.
He talks about not being able to provide receipts and evidence, and yet 2 years later, he still hasn't provided anything. If Jirard's story about talking to organizations before getting exposed was true, showing those email exchanges isn't going to land him in legal trouble. And what he is saying basically implies there really was no evidence or receipts to give, ever, because in this video, he doesn't provide any either. So there really is nothing to show.
When this response video failed to inspire folks to trust and believe in me still, I knew that my support systems were going to go away very quickly. My financial, legal, and community support disappeared overnight, with a lot of my friendships, both personal and professional, going away with it as well.
No one should trust and believe in Jirard. He is a proven con artist, and in my opinion, a criminal. I don't care if he makes YouTube videos about video games, but no one should trust this person. Enjoy his content all you want, but do not believe a single thing he says.
Without being able to truly apologize and take 100% full accountability for the things that I was responsible for, it felt like no one wanted to ever hear from me, let alone trust me ever again.
You still don't take responsibility, and no one should trust you until you stop lying. The problem is that he has learned nothing. This video is even more dishonest and more slimy than his first response, and we still have some of the worst lies in the video to cover. I'm serious. We are still just warming up. It's obvious Jirard has a serious problem, and he simply cannot be honest. If he is still like this after having his career destroyed and hurting so many people, there is no hope for him at all.
You, as a viewer, deserve the facts, and especially the truth. That's why I want to clarify as many of the allegations against me as I can that are absolutely false. First, I want to address the idea that the Open Hand could quickly just donate the money the same way you can just click donate on a charity website or Venmo or PayPal a friend.
Almost everyone is screaming at them just to donate the money, which should be pretty easy to do.
One thing you'll see is they'll ask me to gift an amount that is as low as $35.
The short answer is no. If we wrote a check to a charity with no agreements on how that money gets spent or how it's tracked, we would never have received a report detailing how our donors' money was being put to use. It would likely have gone to funding administrative costs like accounting fees and executive salaries. It had to be restricted to make sure that it actually went to dementia research. And negotiating with many of these organizations is really tough when you aren't donating tens of millions of dollars.
They were able to donate $600,000 fully restricted and mapped out within 2 weeks of being exposed. What he is saying here is proven false by his very actions. How stupid does he think we are to try to tell us he couldn't quickly donate the money when that's literally what he did the moment this went public? Again, this conflicts with reality. When it suits Jirard, he will say things move quickly, like when he wants to use it as a weapon against me and Mudahar. But when he wants to make excuses, things move incredibly slowly. Given that Jirard is so dishonest, I would advise looking at the material facts of the matter, and not listening to anything Jirard says. The fact is that after me and Mudahar made our videos, they scheduled a meeting within a day, and donated the money in 2 weeks. Fully restricted, with even a $200,000 bonus on top. This is direct evidence that this did not require much time to orchestrate. That is what happened in reality. All of the words that are spewing out of Jirard's mouth are not reality. It's all just a made-up excuse to dodge accountability for not donating the money.
To us, $600,000 was an astronomical amount of money, especially for me and my community. But in the charity world, that's small potatoes.
To some organizations, $600,000 might be small potatoes, but certainly not the AFTD. By looking at the AFTD's 990 tax filing, we can see that their total contributions for the year in which the Open Hand Foundation donated that money was $12 million. So the Open Hand's contribution was 5% of their yearly total. That is massive. So massive that this donation even prompted a press release from the AFTD, which even included a quote from the CEO. For the AFTD, this $600,000 donation was a big deal, not only evidenced by this press release, but by the fact they had accepted a meeting and accepted the fully restricted donation within 2 weeks of my initial video being released. Jirard is lying about the significance of this donation and downplaying it, because he doesn't want you to realize that the FTD would have accepted this donation at any point in time. And the fact that it wasn't donated earlier can only reasonably be explained, in my opinion, by the fact that this money was never offered earlier. And there really is no excuse for that, given that the AFTD was explicitly named by Jirard as an organization that the Open Hand Foundation was already supporting.
Simply put, it was functionally impossible for us to just donate the money in a website's donate button section while being responsible to the people who donated to us and the cause that we represented.
Whoa. Slow down. Say that again, please.
It was functionally impossible for us to just donate the money in a website's donate button section while being responsible to the people who donated to us and the cause that we represented.
This is so backwards, I'm losing my mind. The cause that Jirard represented was that he was working with the UCSF, the AFTD, the Alzheimer's Association, big and small organizations across the world, and so many more.
Working with organizations like USF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more. We're soon going to be partnering up with the Alzheimer's Association. Currently working with the University of San Francisco, and we're kind of one of their main funding support partners. We just work with the people who do need the money, and we help them do their thing. We just, every year, we try to raise as much money as possible, and then we go work with, Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco, Association for FTD, which is what my mom had, FTD. So we've worked with big and small organizations across the board.
That is what he told the public. That's what he represented. You can do this by donating money to them at any time. There is no restriction on donating to these organizations at all. That was the entire point of showing that you can easily donate on their website. Once Jirard said to the public he was supporting these organizations, he had a legal responsibility to do so. This idea of restricting the donation is not what he represented ever. This was never mentioned anywhere to the public, neither by Jirard or by the Open Hand website. This is a story made up after his fraud was exposed. No one donating money expected Jirard to be hoarding the money so that it could be restricted and go to where his family wanted it to go. Jirard saying saying that he needed to hoard the money to honor what his fundraising represented couldn't be further from the truth. It's the complete opposite. In order to honor his legal representation to donors, he needed to send the money to the organizations he told them it would be sent to. This notion of restricting the donation is irrelevant and something he made up. It is an artificial barrier placed onto the donation not by donors, but by Jirard. And of course, that's taking his story for granted and believing it's true, which, as I said, I just don't. I think he's lying.
Next, I want to talk about Twitch bits and Twitch subscriptions. If you don't know how bits and subs work, viewers can donate money in the form of Twitch bits, as well as subscribe to a Twitch streamer for perks like emotes and private streams. This money then gets split with Twitch, and the remaining balance then comes to the Twitch streamer at the end of the month. During the weeks of Indieland, all bits and subs that we received on the channel were put towards the donation goal throughout the event. I'm sure many of you have seen a lot of clips and memes at this point over the years where I have said we don't touch any bits or subs. Technically speaking, I do have to interact with them because I have to claim the income that comes to me and my company, and any money that Twitch pays out is income regardless of where we'll end up going later on.
This is where a lot of people get confused, and it's where things become a little bit more complicated. But I trust my audience is smart enough to follow along without me needing to go too in-depth. But what you need to understand is that Indieland is an event run by Jirard's company, That One Video Entertainment. It is not run by the Open Hand Foundation. And Jirard's company owns the Completionist Twitch channel, so all of the money that goes through the Twitch channel would go to the company bank account and is classified as company income. During Indieland events, Jirard would put on screen that all bits and subs would go to the Open Hand Foundation, and he would also say this constantly.
And all the money that we are raising, whether you are giving us bits, whether you're giving us subs, whether you're buying t-shirts or pins or whatever the hell we're selling, anything and everything in between, all proceeds are going to charity. Gift subs to other people, you can buy subs for yourself, you can give bits, all of that goes to charity. You can buy a t-shirt. We have a challenge coin that can legally be considered a weapon. If you throw it, it's very heavy. All of this stuff is going to charity.
All subs during this stream for the next 3 or 4 days go towards the foundation.
And hey, all bits, all subscriptions, and all donations go directly to charity. We're taking none of it. It's all for a good cause.
Everything on stream today, whether you're donating bits or subs or donations towards any goals via the Tiltify account, if you buy a t-shirt, anything like that, all the money goes towards dementia research. We make none of it. It all goes for the good cause.
In order for this to be true, Jirard's company will need to take that income and then make a contribution of the same amount to the Open Hand Foundation. This is the US corporation income tax return. The income from Twitch subs and bits would be lumped into the gross receipts or sales. Then, if what Jirard said was true, he would then make a contribution to the Open Hand Foundation and specify it on line 19, charitable contributions. That's because donations to 501c3 nonprofit charitable organizations are generally tax deductible. Keep this in mind. So Jirard is right in that he has to touch the money to pass it on to the Open Hand Foundation. Though this is not what he meant when he said they don't touch it. What he meant when he said they don't touch it is that he isn't keeping any of it or spending any of it.
Your primes, your gift subs, your bits, donations all go to charity. We don't take any of it.
Again, this contribution would be easy to demonstrate by showing this tax return, even if everything else on the form was redacted. But of course, he won't show you.
However, either myself or my brother, sometimes referencing a meme name during the stream, referencing something that was taking place at the time in the stream, would donate various amounts of money that matched what we had received from Twitch viewers in real time up to that point, directly to our Tiltify page. That way, the on-screen totals would match, and no amount would ever get forgotten.
And yet you couldn't be bothered to show a single instance of this happening or any receipts. Interesting. Jirard is claiming that they would match Twitch subs and bits and donate the equivalent amount to their Tiltify campaign as they went, so that all of the bits and subs should show up in the Tiltify amount. But that is just not what happened. Now, I'm not going to sit you down and play you the entirety of every Indieland so that you can see that Jirard never did this, but I can just show you that it's false and let Jirard tell you himself. This is the very end of Indieland 2023. Notice that the donation amount is $56,829, and when I go to the Completionist Tiltify campaign, I can see that the raised money is almost identical. So clearly, the donation goal on screen is supposed to be a representation of this Tiltify campaign. And let's listen to what Jirard says isn't included.
This is just donations. This is not including the merch sales, not including the $15,000 donation from FlyQuest.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay.
Not including bits or subs.
Oh, gee whiz. That amount is not including bits or subs. And this wasn't the only time Jirard would mention that bits and subs would only get added at the very end. He said this in literally every Indieland event many times.
If you guys are watching at home right now and you're like, I can't donate, but money's tight, what can I do to help? First things first, bits and subscriptions go towards the goal at the very end. And any bits, subscriptions, memberships, YouTube stuff, all of that goes to charity. We're gonna add it at the very end on Sunday at the end of the show. Bits and subscriptions, both Prime and regular tiers, are going to be added at the very end of the stream. So if you've got bits, just to reiterate, subscriptions and bits are not included. Neither the t-shirt sales from the Indieland t-shirt, which you can purchase down below in the pin. Neither the games from Nexus. If you want to go to nexus.gg/Indieland or click the link in the box down below, you can buy a bunch of great indie games. And the proceeds go to the devs, but also go to the Open Hand Foundation. All of them will be factored in at the very, very, very end. Speaking of all the things that go to the cause, bits, subs, super chats, gift subs, any kind of platform-based donations will go towards the total. However, you're not going to see the bar for the totals go up towards on screen. That'll be added at the very end of the show when we're all tired and exhausted and want to go home. First things first, bits and subscriptions go towards the goal at the very end. And to go along with that, bits and subscriptions do count. They'll be added at the end. So if you are on Twitch or YouTube, you can spend your Amazon Prime gift subs. You can YouTube memberships and subscriptions, all that stuff, all the fundraising stuff that happens throughout the weekend will be added at the end of the stream.
That's where, money is going towards. Bits and subs also count toward that.
That's just going to be something that will be added at the end. So if you don't see the bar tick up when you bought a shirt, know that the very end will be adding all of those numbers in our closing craziness.
All bits, all subs, all that stuff goes towards the goal at the very, very, very end. How can you donate? Well, if you got Twitch Prime, you can use your Twitch Prime. All subs during this stream for the next 3 or 4 days go towards the foundation, and we'll add all up towards the end at the end of tomorrow night.
However, clearly this didn't happen, because the Tiltify campaign still represents the amounts that were showing on screen before bits and subs were allegedly added. Hell, even in Jirard's initial response video, he confirmed that the Tiltify campaign did not include Twitch bits, subs, and merch.
It's also factually inaccurate that all the money the foundation received in 2023 is unaccounted for. For starters, the Tiltify campaign for Indieland raised just over $64,315.95. After platform and processing fees, we received $61,303.33 from PayPal and Tiltify's credit card processor Stripe. Adding the $15,000 sponsorship donation to the initial estimate income for Indieland 2023 equates to $76,303.33. This does not include merchandise, bits, or subscriptions from Twitch.
And by the way, listen to how Jirard describes his initial response video, because I'm going to be referring back to it multiple times.
It was my 16-minute video under the scrutiny of countless legal professionals versus their 8+ hours of sponsored conspiracy-based attacks.
The response video was under the scrutiny of countless legal professionals, so you would think he would be correct.
This does not include merchandise, bits, or subscriptions from Twitch.
So who are you going to believe? The Jirard of Indieland 2023 and every single previous year, who is just telling you like it is as it happened, not a care in the world, and his initial response video under the scrutiny of countless legal professionals? Or are you going to believe the Jirard of 2025, 2 years later, now trying to cover up his fraud?
That way, the on-screen totals would match and no amount would ever get forgotten. If there was any discrepancy at the time, we made sure to donate extra to ensure accuracy, and sometimes that happened a few days after Indieland had wrapped up.
Even if you're clinging to hope for some reason that this magical donation happened days after the event, that's impossible for two reasons. First, Indieland Tiltify campaigns only ran during the event, so after the event ended, it was no longer possible to donate. But more importantly, Tiltify gives you a full record of every single donation they received. And I'm sorry to break it to you, this imaginary bits and subs donation that happened at the end isn't there.
No matter what though, dollar for dollar, everything did go to charity. For full transparency, on screen right now, you can see our revenue for Twitch bits and subs for every year of Indieland, and the document containing this data will be available for you down below.
This spreadsheet is total trash. If I wanted to prove how much I spent on my lawsuit, I wouldn't make a stupid spreadsheet like Jirard did. I would provide you with all of the trust statements given to me by my law firm, with payments totaling over $750,000. I will put a link to them in the description, just so you can see what actual receipts look like. Full transparency is not drafting up a cute little spreadsheet, putting in whatever numbers you feel like. And this spreadsheet is a total lie. Let's look at 2021 direct donations. It says here $71,000. But when I go to Indieland's Tiltify campaign for 2021, it says Indieland raised $113,000. And the way Tiltify works is that 100% of the money goes directly to the charity. There is no middleman. So this $113,000 is the amount of direct donations the charity received, and it's a publicly verifiable number that anyone can check at any time. Do you think Tiltify is lying, or that this amount is wrong? What are you going to believe? Some stupid spreadsheet Jirard made that underreports his donations by $40,000? Or Tiltify, the unbiased third-party platform that people donated to? Personally, I think I'm going to trust Tiltify. Tiltify even lists every single donation the Open Hand Foundation received. You can even go through it and add up every single donation if you wanted to. Is there any explanation for this other than pure dishonesty? These two figures are so different that I can't think of a single legitimate explanation that makes sense. People might bring up Tiltify fees or payment processing fees, but these are irrelevant for two reasons. Firstly, they wouldn't explain this discrepancy. The average amount that Tiltify charges in fees is less than 5%, and payment processing fees are also only several percent at most as well. So even if you only wanted to consider net proceeds, that would still be over $100,000. But more importantly, when a charity reports contributions on their 990PF tax form, they list the gross amount under contributions or revenue, and then things like payment processing fees or Tiltify fees are listed under expenses. So in this case, if the Tiltify campaign was the Open Hand Foundation's only income source for the entire year, they would declare their contributions as $113,000, and then payment processing fees and Tiltify fees would be listed under operating expenses. In my opinion, there are two possible reasons that Jirard underreported direct donations by tens of thousands of dollars on this spreadsheet. The first is that he made a mistake, but I don't believe that to be the case. I think he's just lying again because he knows no one will check. And there is a very advantageous reason for having the public think that Indieland raised less than it did. It's because if Indieland raised less money, it means that maybe, just maybe, the other revenue came from the golf tournament or other sources. Because when you go and check verifiable sources, you immediately realize there is a huge problem. In 2021, we know that the Open Hand Foundation received $113,000 in donations during Indieland from Tiltify, and we also know that they received a $25,000 grant from Jamie Lee Curtis's nonprofit Syzygy. We know this because Syzygy put this grant on their tax filings. So just these two verifiable, unbiased, third-party sources alone add up to more than what the Open Hand Foundation declared in 2021. And yes, these sources are credible sources. The same applies to 2022, where Indieland received $90,000 in donations through Tiltify and $25,000 through the Syzygy Foundation. and yet only declared $117,000 in gross total revenue. So where is the golf money, or the money from merch, and bits, and everything else? Several months ago, an accountant released a video called Carl and Mudahar Don't Know What They Are Doing, and I will get into why this video is so terrible at the end of this video, because Jirard thinks it absolves him of all wrongdoing.
So if you're really interested in understanding whether Carl and Mudahar conducted a responsible and educated investigation, there's a great YouTube video out there by a YouTube channel called Accounting in YouTube that breaks down the entire thing. And it's made by actual CPAs who looked at everything that Carl and Mudahar looked at.
But listen to how this accountant describes what information I rely upon.
Not only does their evidence lack any reasonable application of tax accounting principles, their receipts that they brag about amount to tweets and shit they found on random websites. Those are not receipts by any reasonable metric in the world of tax accounting.
This is such a gross mischaracterization of what I used to rely upon that it's hard to imagine it's anything other than intentional. I reached out to this accountant, and I actually had a 3-hour conversation with him, and I think it was a really good conversation. And while it's clear he doesn't like me, as evidenced by the constant ad hominem and irrelevant personal attacks throughout his video, I think our discourse was very interesting. However, this particular video grossly mischaracterizes both the sources I use to make judgments and also what my claims actually are. If you go back and watch my second video, while I do mention a tweet, that's not when I come to any conclusions. I only come to a conclusion regarding underreporting when I discuss the 2 income sources I just mentioned, Tiltify and Syzygy's tax filings. Now let's look at 2021. Indieland raised $113,000 in direct donations. Then we take off around $2,000 for Tiltify fees. On top of this, every single year the Syzygy Foundation, the charity founded by Jamie Lee Curtis, gives a grant to OpenHand. In 2021, they gave them $25,000. If you add these together, you get around $136,000. But shockingly, for the entire year of 2021, OpenHand only received $136,000, which means again, the Golf Cup hardly raised anything at all. But we know that's not the case, because we have photos of every single year the Golf Cup has been running since 2014, and we know how many sponsors they have and what they paid. And not only that, this means all the bits, subs, and all of that extra revenue that Jirard promised us would go to OpenHand wasn't sent over either. Notice how I made a mistake here. I deducted some fees before giving the gross amount, which was wrong. I should have used the full $113,000 from Tiltify. But in any case, the 2 sources were Tiltify and Syzygy, not Twitter or some article I read online. This accountant believes that Tiltify is not a credible source, but he doesn't even understand how Tiltify works or what Indieland is. And I know this because he talks about net proceeds for Indieland.
In situations like this, the most reasonable way to calculate what the revenue should be would be to deduct the direct costs of Indieland and net it against the gross proceeds, and it would all be considered a contribution.
This accountant thinks that donations are going to Indieland, and then Indieland is subtracting expenses and then making a contribution to the OpenHand Foundation. This is so wrong that it demonstrates this accountant essentially did zero research into what Indieland is, or what Tiltify is, or how Indieland functions. He even admits he doesn't even know who hosts Indieland. This is pretty important information.
Throughout all of my research, I found nothing conclusive. We know that Jirard is the main host of the event, but is he doing it on behalf of OpenHand, or is he doing it on behalf of the team that comprises that one video gamer, which he is also associated with? I found 2 Dexerto articles stating that the TOVG team was responsible for, quote, crafting and running the event since its inception in 2018. However, I found other random articles from Steam and on Tiltify stating that OpenHand hosted the event, it was hosted by the Completionist, or it may have been hosted by FlyQuest as well.
You found nothing conclusive, despite Jirard literally telling me and Mudahar that it was his company that put on Indieland. But OpenHand, OpenHand and Indieland they have to be the same entity in a way. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an expense of OpenHand to pay for Indieland if they weren't, kind of one and the same.
Oh, Indieland is not its own organization. The company that I founded for the Completionist is the company that puts on Indieland and all of our charity events.
You know that call that's been public record for 2 years now? You found nothing conclusive, despite Jirard literally telling everyone that his company covers the cost of Indieland.
So for those of you guys who don't know, we had a show last year, and it went great, but it was very expensive, and TOBG covered the cost of it, but
A clip I showed in my videos 2 years ago. I've even personally explained multiple times that it's Jirard's company that runs Indieland. Some might say, but Carl, Jirard isn't spending money on himself. He's spending money to fund Indieland. But Indieland is Jirard. It's his event, run by his company, streamed on his Twitch channel.
This is an important discussion to have because one of the things I've mentioned before throughout this video is how important it is to identify who hosted and organized the fundraiser, because that changes how the revenue is reported. Throughout all of my research, I found nothing conclusive.
Oh, the irony of this accountant trying to lecture me on not doing research when it's been 2 years and he still doesn't understand one of the most foundational facts of this issue. Something that I clarified directly with Jirard before I even made my first video. But OpenHand, OpenHand and Indieland they have to be the same entity in a way. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an expense of OpenHand to pay for Indieland if they weren't, kind of one and the same.
Oh, Indieland is not its own organization. The company that I founded for the Completionist is the company that puts on Indieland and all of our charity events.
As discussed before, Indieland is an event run by Jirard's company, That One Video Entertainment, and Jirard's company is not a charity. But when you donate to the Indieland campaign on Tiltify, you aren't donating to Jirard's company. You are donating directly to the OpenHand Foundation. Tiltify even specifies on their website that in order to be eligible as an organization to host a cause through Tiltify, they need to be a charitable organization. 100% of the donations that Tiltify receives and shows in these Indieland campaigns went directly to the OpenHand Foundation. Jirard or his company didn't touch it. The Tiltify campaign page is a perfect reflection of the donations they received, and as I pointed out before, it even lists out every single donation separately. There is a full record of what they got. This is as accurate and trustworthy as you can possibly get. The accountant's argument is about as stupid as me showing you my GoFundMe page and saying, you see this number? The number that shows every single dollar that people donated to me? Completely ignore that number, because after all, GoFundMe is just an online website, and anything you see online is unreliable. I will come back to this accountant's video later because it really is one of the worst videos ever. But before I move on, let me demonstrate how clueless this accountant is. Listen to this section talking about the Sunmark Golf Classic.
It's important for people to know that just because a website or a tweet or anything you find online states that X amount of money was raised, that doesn't always mean that's what gets reported as the donation. Let's take a look at a couple of examples. So we're looking at a web page from the Sunmark Credit Union where it states that they raised a record-breaking $85,000 for their Sunmark Charitable Community Foundation. This was specifically in relation to the annual charity golf tournament that they hold, and this was for the year 2022. When we go to the Sunmark Charitable Community Foundation 2022 990 PF form, we're going to scroll down to the Schedule B, which is the schedule of contributors. When we go to the actual listing, we see that the Sunmark Credit Union only donated $50,000 and not the $85,000 that was raised according to the website.
The point he is trying to make is that just because an event raised a certain amount of money, that doesn't mean that's the amount of money that is donated, which of course can be true. But everything he said in regards to this golf fundraiser is just totally wrong. Now, I like to pride myself on the fact that when I make claims in videos, I show the evidence on screen. That way you can see for yourselves. But I'm beginning to notice a disturbing trend by people like Jirard and people who defend people like Jirard, where they will show things on screen when they make claims while saying things that the documents shown on screen don't say at all. And this act of putting something on screen gives the impression that what they are saying is backed up by what they are showing. But when you actually read what they put on screen, you find out they are completely misrepresenting what they are showing. The accountant shows an article that says the Sunmark Credit Union raised $85,000 for the Sunmark Charitable Community Foundation. He then compares this to the foundation's tax filing, which shows a donation of only $50,000 from the Sunmark Credit Union. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if not a single person who watched this section realized that what he just said is completely idiotic and grossly misleading. He connects two things, a fundraiser and this donation. But why? Is it because they both have Sunmark in the name? What does this $50,000 donation have to do with this golf fundraiser? If you actually read the article, you'll notice that it lists a bunch of sponsors. For this tournament, the premier sponsor was McGuire Cardona, and when I checked the Schedule B on the foundation's tax filings, it shows McGuire Cardona as a contributor. For non-profit charitable organizations, if a single donor contributes more than $5,000, the non-profit needs to attach a Schedule B, which lists the amount and the donor's details. Using the Wayback Machine, I can see that this particular golf fundraiser works very similar to how the Open Hands golf fundraiser works. It has tiers for sponsors, and in 2022, the premier sponsor cost $7,500. This is more than $5,000, so they had to be listed on the Schedule B. And I assume they also purchased a gaming sponsor or something similar for $1,000. I know that this $8,500 relates to the golf fundraiser because they were listed as the premier sponsor, and that's how much it cost. The article also listed sponsors for the Platinum tier, which cost $5,000, and I can also see them on the Schedule B. But the fundraiser also had lower tiers, which won't show on the Schedule B because the amount is less than $5,000. The article points out that they had a total of 75 corporate sponsors. Now, get ready because we are going to slowly peel back the layers of stupidity in what the accountant said. The first layer of stupidity is the fact he didn't even realize that these sponsors, the ones that were included in the $85,000, were in fact on the Schedule B, and he didn't even notice. So his statement that only $50,000 was donated is obviously incorrect. Now let's peel back the second layer of stupidity. The accountant implied that donations were given to the Sunmark Credit Union, who then contributed a lump sum to the foundation. But the fact that these sponsors are showing as contributors to the charity itself tells us this isn't what happened. Sponsors weren't giving money to the Sunmark Credit Union, they were giving money directly to the foundation. And that's because this was a fundraiser run by the foundation itself and not by the Sunmark Credit Union. And if you check the expenses of the foundation, you'll see they spent $42,000 on golf fundraising expenses, because it was their fundraiser. So it doesn't make sense because on one hand, you have sponsors donating directly to the charity, and the charity was paying for the fundraiser expenses, but on the other hand, this accountant is claiming that the Sunmark Credit Union was the one receiving the donations, keeping a portion of those donations to pay for expenses, and then making a bulk contribution of net proceeds. Both cannot be true for the same fundraiser. But things become even more clear when the accountant talks about 2023.
We can also see for the Sunmark Credit Union, their 2023 annual charity golf tournament raised $80,000 for the Sunmark Community Foundation. When we go to the 2023 990PF filing for the Sunmark Charitable Community Foundation, we're going to go to the Schedule B, the Schedule of Contributors. When we go to the listing, we're going to see that they actually donated $55,000 of the $80,000 that was raised.
In 2023, the fundraiser raised over $80,000, and the Schedule B for that year's tax filing has more donors on it. I can connect all of these donors to the golf fundraiser because the article for the 2023 event lists them all by name and tier, and I can cross-check the amount sponsors paid on the Wayback Machine with their listed tiers. But if you add all of these donors up, including the one the accountant claims was for the golf event, it already adds up to way more than $80,000. And this isn't including all of the lower tiers, including a bunch of gold sponsors at $3,000 each, and everything else that wouldn't appear on the Schedule B. The article says there were 67 corporate sponsors in total, so when you add it all up, that would be well over $100,000. The math isn't mathing. And then you realize, this $55,000 contribution, the one that the accountant says was for the golf fundraising event, has nothing to do with the golf event at all. It's just a yearly contribution that the Sunmark Credit Union gives to its foundation. When the accountant said that this donation was for the golf fundraiser, he pulled that claim straight out of his ass. And the fact that he didn't even see the other sponsors listed as contributors is so egregiously sloppy that it honestly makes me wonder if it was intentional. The only thing that makes me attribute this to incompetence rather than malice is the fact that he was willing to talk with me after I reached out. But the layers of stupidity go even deeper. As I said before, this golf fundraiser is very similar to the type of golf fundraiser the Open Hand Foundation runs. They both have sponsors and tiers. It's basically the same. The accountant pulls up the Schedule B for the Sunmark Foundation, and while the accountant is oblivious to the fact that the golf sponsors above $5,000 are on there, they are in fact on there. And that's because this foundation did their tax filing correctly. So in my opinion, the next logical step would be to ask, well, what about the Open Hand Schedule B, which in theory should also exist. But when you go and look at the Open Hand's 990PF filings, the Schedule B is non-existent. And not only is it non-existent, they even ticked a box that says they aren't required to file a Schedule B. Even ignoring the golf sponsors for a moment, this is just incorrect. We already know they have at least one donor that gave more than $5,000, and that was the Syzygy Foundation. So they needed to be filing a Schedule B, if for no other reason than that one single grant. Jirard even mentions it in his initial response video.
And $10,000 from a direct supporter.
But I also know they have other sponsors of over $5,000 just through their Tiltify campaigns as well. The Open Hand Foundation needed to have been filing a Schedule B with all of their filings, and they haven't been. And they have also been incorrectly asserting that they don't need to attach one. This essentially equates to them hiding where the money is coming from, which is exactly what the Schedule B requirement is supposed to prevent. On their 2022 990PF, the Open Hand Foundation even listed golf fundraiser expenses as an expense, exactly like the Sunmark Foundation did. But while the Open Hand Foundation claimed expenses for the golf fundraiser, suggesting that it was a fundraiser event they ran, the sponsor income doesn't exist. I pressed the accountant on this exact point, and he agreed that it seemed like the Open Hand Foundation should have been attaching a Schedule B showing their significant contributors. This appears to be a glaring error in their filings. And when I asked why he didn't mention this in his video, he simply said that wasn't the point of his video. And of course, that's true. The point of the accountant's video wasn't to try and uncover the truth about what was going on with the Open Hand Foundation, it was merely to try and gain clout by capitalizing on the Carl and Muta hate bandwagon. To me, it couldn't be any more obvious. The channel didn't exist before my fallout. The very first video was a conveniently timed smear job on me and Mutahar just after I lost my lawsuit. The accountant had no idea what Indieland was or who ran it, had no idea where donations went, didn't understand what Tiltify was, and he didn't even care to investigate or learn about any of this. He completely misrepresented my sources, completely fabricated his examples of how other charities worked, intentionally obfuscated the fact that the Open Hand filings weren't done properly, and lied a ton about my motivations and what I did or didn't research. And I haven't even mentioned the most idiotic thing about his video, which I'll mention later. But anyways, sorry I got sidetracked there for a moment. My point is that I think Jirard underreported donations on his stupid spreadsheet because he knows that when you add up the verifiable sources of income, you realize there is a ton of money missing. But just look at this spreadsheet. It gives two income sources, direct donations and Twitch revenue. The obvious question everyone should immediately be asking is, where is the merch revenue?
If you buy a t-shirt, if you buy our challenge coin, that also all goes to charity.
Where is the YouTube revenue?
All super chats, all YouTube memberships, basically anything that's tied to donating or subscribing in a financial way to us
is going to charity. We're not touching any of it.
The spreadsheet says net total from all funding sources, but this is obviously not all funding sources. Now get ready, because you're about to have your mind blown. Listen to Jirard in 2020.
And if you're a gamer, which I think all of you guys at home are, we partnered with a company called Nexus, which is a part of Chrono.gg. There are indie games that you can purchase down below. Any game purchased, majority of the money goes to the devs, but the leftover goes to charity as well, and that will also be factored in to the very end of the stream. Yeah, and then also we have some great sponsors that are helping out this year. We partnered with Chrono.gg again to use their platform called Nexus. Now, Nexus essentially is a great way to support indie developers as well as this cause. So if you guys click the Nexus link in the box down below, there are a bunch of indie games and partners that I've trusted, gotten to know, and worked with over the years, and I want to help sell games on their behalf. And every game sold not only supports the developers, but also supports the cause, and that'll also be factored into the end of the stream towards the total goal. If you want to buy some games to support some of these developers, down below there's a link to a place called Nexus.gg. It is a company that I partnered up with to partner with a bunch of developers. If you buy their game, some of the proceeds go to the foundation and the rest go to the developers. So you're supporting devs, you're supporting Alzheimer's research, and all that great stuff. Nexus. We partner with Nexus.gg. They're a website that is curating an official partnership with indie developers. So if you buy indie games, the majority of the revenue goes to developers, but the little bit that they would go otherwise to the companies come to us, which goes to the Open Hand Foundation. So at the end of the stream, all your bits, your subs, the t-shirts that you can buy for Indieland, and the pin, which is available right now at Completionist.com, and the Nexus game stuff all gets added to the total at the very, very end of the stream.
Hey Jirard, quick question. Where is that money? Because I noticed that you didn't put it in your spreadsheet. And I couldn't help but notice that all throughout Indieland 2019, you were saying that all proceeds from the Indieland game store were going to the Open Hand Foundation. And you were even promoting the fact that this income would be going to the Open Hand Foundation in that 2019 Nintendo Soup article I mentioned earlier. So I love the fact that this article has the amazing 1-2 punch of lying about working with the UCSF, followed immediately by soliciting donations through game purchases, money which has conveniently now disappeared off the face of the earth. What about ticket sales? In 2022, Indieland was a live event. According to Eventbrite, the platform that tickets were sold on, tickets were $250 each. And it literally said on that page, all ticket proceeds go directly to the Open Hand Foundation. Not net ticket proceeds, all ticket proceeds. I guess they sold 0 tickets. Maybe these people in the audience snuck in and nobody noticed. But then again, Jirard said that so many people attended the event.
We have so many people here in the building. Thank you all for coming from all over the world.
So I guess another question is, where are the ticket proceeds?
We have a sponsorship with Capital One. If you install the Capital One browser for free on all your browsers, it's essentially an app that lets you save money online on different shopping websites. And the more signups that we get by the end of the stream, the bigger the prize pool of things we're going to give away. So for instance, if we get 500 signups, we're giving away someone at home or possibly in the audience a whole bunch of video game consoles, a Switch, a PS5, an Xbox, and a VR. If we get to 1,000, we're going to throw in a PC there. And if we get even further, the prizes get bigger. So sign up for that, and all the money attached to that on the back end goes to Indieland. So thank you.
Hey Jirard, another quick question. Where is that back-end money? What did you mean when you said the money goes to Indieland? Because right before plugging this sponsor, you said this.
There's a link down below in the viewer that you are currently watching, or you can ask your mod for a link if you can't donate, or if you want to do a different form of donation, you can do bits, subs, YouTube memberships, or YouTube super chats. Anything that supports us is going to the foundation at the very end. And hey, and all the money attached to that on the back end goes to Indieland. So thank you.
You said anything that supports us is going to the foundation. So is this back-end money supporting you or not?
If you want to buy a t-shirt, you should buy a t-shirt. All the proceeds go there. Bits, subs, gift subs, super chats, memberships, anything financially involved with the show goes to dementia research.
Because it kind of sounds like you promised all of the money was going to the foundation. At least that's my interpretation.
You can donate in the links down below. If you don't want to use PayPal, you can buy merch, you can buy the shirt, you can buy the games they featured at Indie with Chrono.gg. And if you don't have any money at all, you can go ahead and download the Tab for a Cause download or extension for browsers. It gets you money that goes towards to the charity. Guys, thank you so much for coming.
Now, of course, Jirard is going to try and conceal all of these income sources that he said would go to the foundation because he thinks you don't know about them. And you didn't, until I just showed you. You didn't know because I've never mentioned them before, despite the fact I've known about them for 2 years. And because Jirard went and deleted the entire Indieland YouTube channel that hosted all of the Indieland VODs, he thought that you would never know, because in his pea-brained mind, the evidence was all deleted, which is why he didn't include them in his stupid spreadsheet. But to not even include merch, one of the income sources that has been front and center of this entire issue.
Whether you're buying t-shirts or pins or whatever the hell we're selling, anything and everything in between, all proceeds are going to charity.
Jirard is an absolute twonk. Not only did he underreport direct donations by tens of thousands of dollars, but he tried to hide a ton of other income sources that he promised would go to the Open Hand Foundation. And tens of thousands of people saw Jirard put this joke of a spreadsheet in his video and said, yep, this is a good response. It is utterly insane.
All of the money raised for Indieland went directly towards that sum, and absolutely none of it was used for either expenses or personal use.
Jirard is now completely changing his story. In his initial response video, Jirard admitted that he did use income via donations through Twitch and merch to cover his expenses.
This does not include merchandise, bits, or subscriptions from Twitch. However, there were real production costs when it comes to running this event. We paid for flights, hotels, appearance fees, supplies, food and catering, costs of goods for merchandise, etc. All of that totaled just under $12,000. This is still an outstanding invoice as not everything has been received or paid yet. Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs. So to say the money is missing is simply wrong.
Again, this video was under the scrutiny of countless legal professionals.
It was my 16-minute video under the scrutiny of countless legal professionals.
And by the way, isn't it weird how he now calls it a 16-minute video when it was actually a 19-minute video? I'm probably reading a bit too much into this, but is he really trying to downplay its length to make the comparison seem more pronounced? It seems like Jirard couldn't get a single fact right even if he tried. In any case, the admission that he used Twitch bits, subs, and merch to cover company expenses is extremely important, because this right here is precisely why I made my claims of embezzlement. So when you hear an anonymous accountant say this...
Let me be perfectly clear. Carl and Mudahar confirmed nothing with their research and evidence into the allegations of embezzlement or missing funds. Period.
Just know that this is a complete and utter lie. I've already explained multiple times why I made the claim of embezzlement, and yet people continue to misrepresent what my claim is. So let's break it down again for hopefully the last time. When I say that Jirard embezzled funds, it is entirely based upon his own admission. It isn't based on paperwork, it's not based on a tweet, or what was posted on a website. It's purely because of what he admitted to. And while the tax filings do support his admission because those revenue sources appear to be missing, I wouldn't have solely relied upon them. They merely seem to provide corroborating evidence that Jirard's admission was truthful. In Jirard's initial response video, the one that was clearly scripted and reviewed by legal professionals, a point that Jirard freely confirms, he said in no uncertain terms, income from bits, subs, and merch were used to offset Indieland production costs.
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs.
This is in direct contrast to Jirard saying that all of those revenue streams would be going directly to the Open Hand Foundation.
Bits, subs, YouTube memberships, or YouTube super chats, anything that supports us is going to the foundation at the very end. Your primes, your gift subs, your bits, donations, all go to charity. We don't take any of it.
And he even put this in writing all throughout the entire marathon. If Jirard didn't send those funds directly to the Open Hand Foundation and instead used them on company expenses, which is what Indieland was, this would be embezzlement. Embezzlement is described in Section 503 of the California Penal Code, stating that embezzlement is the fraudulent appropriation of property by a person to whom it has been entrusted. This is very short and doesn't really tell us much, which is why it is much more useful to refer to Calcrim 1806, which is the jury instructions for embezzlement. In order to find the defendant guilty of embezzlement, the prosecution must prove 4 elements. 1. An owner entrusted property to the defendant. And immediately this is where things can start to get confusing. The easiest way to understand what this means is by comparing it to the crime we spoke about earlier, theft by false pretense, because on the surface they seem very similar. In both cases it looks like property was transferred and then misappropriated, but there are very important differences. Theft by false pretense requires that a person lies in order to induce someone to give up ownership of property, and the 2 important things here are the lie and also the obtaining of ownership of property. Neither of those 2 elements are involved in embezzlement. When the instruction says that an owner entrusted property to the defendant, it doesn't say that they transferred ownership. It's only saying that the property was entrusted. And in simple terms, entrust means to give someone possession, control, or authority over it. For example, if you and I are sitting at a restaurant and I go to the bathroom and say, "Hey, please look after my bag for me while I'm gone," I'm not giving you ownership of my bag. I'm entrusting you with it. I'm asking you to take care of it. So embezzlement requires a person to merely entrust someone with property. And in this case, the owner of the property is not the donors, it's actually the Open Hand Foundation. The moment that a donor gave bits to Jirard's company, they gave up ownership. So the owner is no longer the donor. Legally, the owner of that bit is the Open Hand Foundation. And it's the legal owner because of the way the donation was solicited. Jirard said all bits will go straight to the Open Hand Foundation, so legally, it's their property. And Jirard is not entrusted with that property because a donor gave it to him, but rather because he is a director of the Open Hand Foundation. Directors of organizations are entrusted by law over the property of that organization. The directors don't own the property, but they have control over it. So because Jirard was a director of the Open Hand Foundation, legally, all of the property of the Open Hand Foundation is entrusted to him. And directors have a fiduciary duty to the organization they are a director of. The responsibility of directors is outlined in the Corporations Code, Section 5210. It states, "Each corporation shall have a board of directors. The activities and affairs of a corporation shall be conducted and all corporate powers shall be exercised by or under the direction of the board." And Section 5231 outlines the director's fiduciary duty of a non-profit, stating, "A director shall perform the duties of a director, including duties as a member of any committee of the board upon which the director may serve, in good faith, in a manner that director believes to be in the best interests of the corporation, and with such care, including reasonable inquiry, as an ordinarily prudent person in a like position would use under similar circumstances." So going back to the jury instructions for embezzlement, number 1 says, the owner entrusted property to the defendant. In this case, the Open Hand Foundation entrusted property to Jirard as a legal function of him being a director. Element number 2. The owner did so because they trusted the defendant. In this case, the Open Hand Foundation made Jirard a director because they trusted him. This was done lawfully. Jirard has been a director of the foundation since its inception in 2014. Jirard did not lie to the Open Hand Foundation or trick them to get his position. The Open Hand Foundation willingly and legally made Jirard a director. This distinction of property being entrusted legally was outlined in a 2nd District Court of Appeal opinion. In the matter of People v. Hodges, footnote 3 states, "Sometimes it is difficult to determine which, if any, of 3 forms of theft the facts of a case show was committed, because while the distinction between them is real, the evidence may be susceptible of different reasonable interpretations. Those 3 forms of theft are 1. Embezzlement, 2. Obtaining property by false pretense, and 3. 3, larceny by trick and device. When one receives the possession of property lawfully by virtue of the fact that it is entrusted to him, and thereafter he violates his trust and fraudulently converts the property to his own use or to a use not authorized by the owner, his theft is called embezzlement. When one knowingly and with design uses some fraudulent representation or pretense as a mean of obtaining property from another who, in parting with it, intends to transfer title as well as possession to the person who so obtains possession, the theft is called obtaining property by false pretense. So when Jirard lies to the public about his charity in order to obtain ownership of property, that is theft by false pretense. But when he misappropriates foundation funds for his own use after being entrusted lawfully, that is embezzlement. With theft by false pretense, the victim is the donor. With embezzlement, the victim is the Open Hand Foundation. So yes, Jirard can be guilty of both types of theft at the same time because they are two distinct forms, and in my opinion, he is guilty of both types. In the case of the Open Hand Foundation, Jirard was lawfully entrusted with foundation funds, and thus satisfied element number 2. Element 3 states that the defendant fraudulently used that property for his own benefit. In this case, Jirard fraudulently used the revenue from bits, subs, and merch, which was now the property of the Open Hand Foundation, on his own company expenses. In People v. Talbot, the Supreme Court of California addressed what constitutes fraudulent intent. The opinion is very long, so I'll just provide a summary located on Studicata, a law school and bar exam prep platform. The defendants argued that even though they did use corporate funds for personal use, it wasn't embezzlement because their actions were a common practice and they didn't think it was wrong when they did it. They didn't even try to hide it, and even intended to pay the money back. The court reasoned that fraudulent intent could be inferred from the defendant's actions, which included using corporate funds for personal benefits and failing to restore the funds before indictment. It noted that even if withdrawals were openly made and recorded, the misuse for personal purposes violated their fiduciary duties. The court emphasized that a temporary personal use of corporate funds by executives, even with the intention to repay, constituted a breach of trust that amounted to embezzlement. The legality of the appropriation did not depend on secrecy or concealment, but on the unauthorized personal use of funds entrusted to them. And the Supreme Court affirmed the judgment and agreed that the defendant's actions still constituted embezzlement. Jirard using Open Hand Foundation's money to pay for his personal company's expenses in of itself breaches his fiduciary responsibility as a director of the Open Hand Foundation and amounts to embezzlement. And finally, the fourth element is that when the defendant used the property, he intended to deprive the owner of it. Here, they need to show intent. In other words, the defendant knew the property wasn't theirs and knew that it shouldn't be used on personal expenses, but they used it anyway. And this is proven by Jirard's exhaustive examples of saying that those revenue streams were going to go directly to the Open Hand Foundation and he wasn't going to touch or spend any of it.
All the money goes to the Open Hand Foundation, an organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research. We don't touch any of it. Donations all go to charity. We don't take any of it. All the proceeds and all those things do go to charity. We don't touch any of it. And all donations go directly to charity. We're taking none of it. It's all for a good cause. Donating or subscribing in a financial way to us is going to charity. We're not touching any of it. Anything like that, all the money goes towards dementia research. We make none of it. It all goes for the good cause.
So not only does this demonstrate that he knew the property didn't belong to him or his company, but he explicitly claimed that he wasn't going to spend it. This not only shows intent, it shows malicious intent. So the embezzlement claim can be summarized as follows. The Open Hand Foundation entrusted foundation funds to Jirard by making him a director. He broke his fiduciary duty to the foundation by taking those funds and spending them on his own company's expenses. And he did so intentionally, not only admitting to knowing that those funds weren't meant for his company, but stating multiple times that he wasn't going to spend that money on his company. But Open Hand, Open Hand and Indieland they have to be the same entity in a way. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an expense of Open Hand to pay for Indieland if they weren't, kind of one and the same.
Oh, Indieland is not its own organization. The company that I founded for the Completionist is the company that puts on Indieland and all of our charity events.
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs.
Elements 1, 2, and 4 of embezzlement can be demonstrated through public filings and Jirard's actions, but the only reason I, or anyone else, would be able to determine if Jirard fraudulently used the Twitch and merch revenue is if he admitted to it, which he did. I suppose, however, at some point in the last 2 years, Jirard has realized that this is in fact embezzlement, and thus he has done a complete 180 and is now denying that this ever happened. And not only does Jirard now deny that he spent the Twitch revenue, he doesn't even address the fact that he admitted to it during his response video. He just completely ignores this ever happened, and he hopes that you'll also forget that this admission already took place.
All of the money raised for Indieland went directly towards that sum, and absolutely none of it was used for either expenses or personal use. This can be corroborated by both our Twitch earnings and our unclaimed expenses year on year.
Aside from the fact that Jirard has now changed his story, I love how he says that these random things corroborate his story, but yet he doesn't show any of it. So I mean, technically, even if showing his Twitch revenue could corroborate the claim that he didn't spend those bits, which it wouldn't, he's correct by saying that it can be corroborated, and yet he doesn't do it. He just says a document supports what he is saying, but doesn't show anything. It's ridiculous.
The process of receiving and tracking Twitch bits and subs was a tedious extra layer to Indieland's operations, which is why we encourage viewers eventually over the years to donate directly to the Tiltify campaign instead.
Jirard's ability to jam multiple lies into a single sentence is impressive. No, tracking Twitch revenue is not tedious at all. I'm not joking when I say it would take about 1 minute to confirm what the Twitch revenue was. When you log into your Twitch creator dashboard and look at your revenue, it gives you daily figures, and it even breaks it all down so you can immediately see how much you earned in bits and subs. So his claim that tracking Twitch revenue is tedious is unbelievable. But hey, don't just take my word for it, let's see what Jirard has to say about it. At the end of Indieland 2023, when they were adding up the totals, listen to how Jirard describes the process for getting the Twitch revenue.
What are we at with the totals? Can you scroll up to see the total?
Yeah, what is the total?
Okay.
56,829.20.
Or should I move the wheel?
It's not in the way. It's okay.
That is a healthy number.
Yeah. Oh, so maybe we should add things up, Frazier. Maybe that's what I can do. I can look at the Twitch numbers real quick based on.
So this is just donations through.
This is
Tiltify.
just donations. This is not including the merch sales. I can look at the Twitch numbers real quick based on.
So this is just donations.
He literally says, I can look at the Twitch numbers real quick. You can't make this up. And then he lies and said they told people to donate to the Tiltify campaign instead. Do I really need to roll another montage? Do I really need to play all these clips again? Fuck it, let's roll a few clips.
If you want to help out, here's some great ways. First off, if you have a Twitch Prime account and you haven't used your sub for the month, guess what? That's the thing that refreshes each month, and we get the full thing if you do it. Also, I forgot, it's fucking September, bro. So all subs are cheaper than ever, and we still get the full credit. So now is more than ever. It's like donating $3 and it equals $5. That's kind of the equivalent. It's pretty sick. So buying a sub is not a bad idea. I should have been doing that from the beginning. That's how bad I am at Twitch.
As a reminder, guys, all bits, subs, donations, Amazon Prime or Prime Gaming subs, and T-shirt sales all go to charity. So we touch none of it. It all goes for a good cause. As a reminder, all bits and subs, including Amazon Primes, go towards the charity as well.
Bits, subs, gift subs, super chats, memberships, anything financially involved with the show goes to dementia research.
Naturally, direct donations are helpful in both contributing to the great cause and the madness unfolding on the stream in front of you. But if you want to be able to wear your charity outward for the world to see, you can buy our Indieland 2022 t-shirt. And yes, all proceeds do go towards the cause. Speaking of all the things that go to the cause, bits, subs, super chats, gift subs, any kind of platform-based donations will go towards the total.
Either way, welcome back to Indieland. Raise money for dementia research. If you want to support, there's some great easy ways. One, you can donate. There's a donation button underneath the chat. If you don't want to donate, you can do something like give gift subs to your fellow Twitch folk. You can use your Prime, your free month of Prime, Amazon Prime. It's free for a month. Give it to me, please. Thank you. And we are actually multicasting on YouTube, which means memberships and super chats are also fair game.
There's no way to spin this. He is just lying to you about what happened.
Which is why we encourage viewers eventually over the years to donate directly to the Tiltify campaign instead. That way, donor money was going directly to the open hand, and I don't need to be the middleman at all in this situation.
Here, Jirard confirms what I said earlier. Tiltify donations go straight to the Open Hand Foundation.
While we're talking expenses, let's address the claim that I used Indieland as a way to earn money from claimed expenses and gain clout from running a prestigious event with big-name celebrities and respected creators.
Of everyone in the entire world who benefits from Indieland, it's Jirard who benefits the most. He gets the Twitch followers, he gets the media attention, he gets to mingle with game developers and celebrities, he gets all the credit.
As it grew, Indieland became increasingly more expensive to produce.
Where in that montage did I say that you used Indieland to earn money through expenses and gain clout? I was merely pointing out the fact that you personally benefited. I made no claims as to what your intentions were whatsoever, or what you were using Indieland for. Again, this theme of showing or presenting something and then misrepresenting it rears its ugly head.
As it grew, Indieland became increasingly more expensive to produce, most of all in 2022, we made it an attendable live show like we had promised our viewers in 2019. That one video gamer shouldered all expenses. That was my contribution to the cause.
I am trying to come up with synonyms for the word lie or the adjectives to describe lies to make this script feel less repetitive, but I'm failing. I am failing miserably. After 100 lies, this task becomes impossible. This is just another lie, except it's a different flavor of lie. It's a lie by omission. Jirard claims that his company shouldered all of the expenses, but that is not true at all. He misleads you into thinking that his company paid for everything by only mentioning expenses, but he fails to mention anything about income. Yes, income, because Indieland was an event run by a for-profit corporation that won video entertainment, and Indieland had sponsors.
I think at $20,000, we're giving away a DX Racer chair. Shout outs to them for sponsoring today's show. In fact, I think I'm sitting in one. You can see everyone go ooh and ah so we don't get yelled at. Yeah. That's okay. We have a really cool sponsorship with Capital One. They have a really cool browser extension that helps you save money on various websites. Totally free, works on all browsers, and it takes 2 clicks to install. The more installs we get, the more prizes we give away to you at home. So please help us out and support the show.
We're actually close to our next goal too, 19,500 before we have to drink something gross. The carbonation, Wheel of Carbonation, which is not fun.
Carbonation Station.
Wheel of Carbonation, technically sponsored by G Fuel.
What?
Yeah.
They were like, yeah, great.
Yeah, will it carbonate via G Fuel?
Jirard has even said openly that it's the sponsors who pay for Indieland.
We have kind of a rule of like, we want to make sure that like, as we do charity events, that we're not costing the charity organization or really anyone outside of our awesome sponsors. The guys at FlyQuest who've been so supportive, we want to make sure that the money that we do raise actually goes to charity and is spent properly.
Personally, I've helped to organize events of a similar size in the past, and I've helped to acquire sponsors for similar sized events as well, so I have some idea about what sponsors pay for these kinds of events. And while of course I cannot say exactly what Indieland sponsors paid, in my experience, they would be paying at least several $1,000s each. But it could be as much as $10,000 or even more, especially because this is a charity fundraiser, so having your brand attached to it is even more appealing. Jirard completely admitting sponsor income is egregious deception. But the fact that all of the sponsor money went to Jirard's company is important, because it reaffirms that Indieland was an event run by That One Video Entertainment and not the Open Hand Foundation. And that's why Jirard's company retained all of the profits from sponsors and paid for the event expenses.
The general rule of thumb is that a nonprofit charity should only spend around 25% of its income on expenses. And according to the BBB Wise Giving Alliance, 35% is the max amount to be considered a credible charity. The Open Hands operating costs, on average, were only 11.85% during the years that Indieland was being run. We achieved this because Indieland had no claimed expenses to maximize donor contributions, and more importantly, it was a passion project for our team.
Jirard asserts that Indieland did not claim any expenses from the Open Hand Foundation, but I don't believe this is true. If you look at the expenses claimed on the 2022 Open Hand tax filing, you'll see it lists two distinct fundraising expenses, one for the golf fundraising event and one for something else. The Open Hand Foundation was only ever the beneficiary of two events, the golf tournament and Indieland. So am I to believe that this separate fundraising expense is supposed to be for the golf fundraiser as well? If that were true, why are they separated?
In the now leaked Discord interview conducted by Carl and Mudahar, I had previously mentioned that some expenses were recouped by my company via Twitch revenue or reimbursements from the foundation.
This is incorrect. During our call with Jirard, no one mentioned Twitch revenue at all. I'm going to actually play the part of the call that Jirard is referring to.
I did not know, I was not aware the entire time that the money was not being donated. I was aware that I was reclaiming my costs and the expenses, but we had to make sure, because it's legally speaking, you have to do it, otherwise it's against the law, that it was under a certain amount and that it wasn't too much for, and purely just to, like, you know, buying hot sauces or, you know, paying for the dumb shit that we do during the show. Like,
yeah.
The expenses were never more than a certain amount, and it was always, it's like it was less than a couple, like 5% at most of the total earnings, just to reimburse my company if the expenditure was big. We didn't even reclaim it every year, because sometimes, and most of the time, all we're really quote unquote paying for is people's free time, and we're not, and everyone's donating it because it's charity. So
yeah.
You know, that's the only expense that I know of. It's the only expense that I've ever really seen. And to be above board about it all, like, I've always been like, hey, if the expense is too much, don't fucking worry about it. Like, I'll take care of, I'll hate the loss, because it's, in my mind, it's all going to charity anyways. It's all going to a good cause, and I'm not trying to embezzle shit. I'm just trying to do things right.
So Indieland is a separate thing from Open Hand, but
correct.
Were you saying that Open Hand was paying expenses for Indieland though?
Only some years, and no more than a couple $1,000s, depending on the year. If it was too much money, just to make it right, because you're not supposed to really do that especially when you have no operating expenses. I'd only reimburse myself and I did it appropriately through the Open Hand when applicable, but not every year, and no more than a couple $1,000s maximum. But it wasn't like a safe haven of like moving money and spending money on purpose.
Notice how there is no mention of Twitch revenue. Jirard is rewriting history here, and he is doing it in a very sneaky way. Remember earlier in the video he was talking about how he was panicking during this call?
Until my surprise, I saw Carl join. The rest of what's publicly available to all of you is essentially me having a panic attack while trying to be transparent with two creators I respected at the time.
He did this so that he could claim later in the video that what he said during the call was wrong. And of course he would say things that were wrong. After all, he was having a panic attack. He tries to lump the claim regarding Twitch revenue into the call and hopes people will overlook the fact that this isn't where it appeared. As I pointed out before, the claim that Twitch revenue was used on expenses was stated by Jirard in his official response video, the video that was under scrutiny by countless legal professionals.
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs.
But what's even crazier is that in that official response video, he also confirmed again exactly what he said on the call, that the Open Hand Foundation did indeed cover Indieland expenses.
Now let me walk you through the finances. Revenue sources for the foundation include direct and indirect public support, the golf fundraiser revenue, and Indieland revenue. The foundation's expenses include costs for the golf fundraiser and Indieland, operational costs, and various fees, totaling for $178,951.17 worth of expenses over the last 9 years.
Even if you wanted to be charitable and say he made a mistake during that call he had days to prepare for, there is just no excuse for him trying to hide the fact he confirmed it again in his response video. Now he's trying to do another 180. It's ridiculous.
In the now leaked Discord interview conducted by Carl and Mudahar, I had previously mentioned that some expenses were recouped by my company via Twitch revenue or reimbursements from the foundation. It actually turns out that I was wrong. No expenses were ever claimed by my company, either through OpenHand or through the Twitch revenue. The foundation's expenses include costs for the golf fundraiser and Indieland.
In any case, I don't believe Jirard when he says that OpenHand didn't pay any Indieland expenses. I can't prove it, but in my opinion, the only reasonable explanation for these two OpenHand expenses being itemized separately is that they relate to different fundraisers.
Between travel expenses for guests, venue costs for 2022, food and drinks, and all sorts of other extras, that one video gamer spent approximately $88,000 running Indieland across all 6 years.
I've watched every single Indieland, and I've taken note of every sponsor. And in my estimation, it's almost likely that Indieland actually turned a profit. And I think the only reasonable explanation for Jirard omitting sponsor income completely while discussing expenses is because it did actually profit. There is no good faith excuse for not showing the income of the event. This is intentional deception. If Indieland did legitimately cost his company money, the point would still have been adequately made by correctly comparing income versus expenses. He wouldn't have needed to be dishonest about it. The fact that he was this blatantly dishonest suggests to me that Indieland actually did turn a profit. And based on the amount of sponsors I've seen Indieland have over the years, I would wager that this is the more likely outcome.
This also doesn't include the tax burden that one video gamer took on by processing Twitch bits and subscriptions.
Twitch bits and subscriptions would not have incurred a tax burden, as the donation to the OpenHand Foundation would have been tax deductible. If you donate the exact amount that you receive in income, they just cancel each other out. What he just said is very stupid. But I also just realized something. He always only mentions Twitch bits and subscriptions. He doesn't mention merch a single time in this video. And he doesn't mention any other type of revenue. Jirard, the dishonest bag of potatoes he is, keeps repeating bits and subs, bits and subs, bits and subs. It's as if he's trying to condition you to think that bits and subs were the only income sources that went through his company.
Plus the man-hours dedicated to preparing for and running these events. That's hundreds of hours from 5 full-time employees being paid to put this event on together year after year.
Oh, so before when you spoke with us, you told us people were volunteering their time and that's why your expenses were so low.
We didn't even reclaim it every year because sometimes, and most of the time, all we're really quote unquote paying for is people's free time, and everyone's donating it because it's charity. So
yeah. But now when you're trying to convince everyone of how you lost so much money, it's hundreds of paid hours by 5 full-time employees. How convenient.
In short, we spent tens of thousands of dollars of my company's own money to run a charity that we did not get paid for.
First of all, yes, you did get paid by many sponsors. And secondly, your company did not run a charity. It ran a for-profit event that was disguised as a fundraiser.
In short, we spent tens of thousands of dollars of my company's own money to run a charity that we did not get paid for. Not for clout, but because we cared.
Bro, clearly you didn't care. You couldn't even be bothered fulfilling your legal requirements as a director of the foundation to check where the money was going. Are you really trying to convince me of how much you cared when you claim you never checked what happened to the money for years? You cared so much that you took hundreds of thousands of dollars from people and didn't bother to ask what happened to the money until half a decade later. I am not that stupid, Jirard.
As a final note, I want to add that many online have noticed that the OpenHand Foundation has entered into a delinquency status with the IRS. Carl Jobst has run with this, saying that this is further proof that OpenHand did not comply with the law. In reality, The Open Hands Legal Counsel was instructed by the Department of Justice to withhold their tax filings until the investigation was concluded. This delinquency status is the charity equivalent of an unpaid parking ticket and gets cleared whenever Open Hand files a specific form, which they've already taken care of. As a result, this delinquency status has been corrected and is actually explicit proof that my family and I fully complied with the investigation and truly have nothing to hide.
What the fuck? This is arguably the worst part of the video. There are so many things wrong with it, it's hard to comprehend how someone can be both this deceitful and this stupid at the same time. I am flabbergasted that these words just came out of Jirard's mouth. Let's dissect this monstrous pile of garbage.
As a final note, I want to add that many online have noticed that the Open Hand Foundation has entered into a delinquency status with the IRS.
The Open Hand Foundation did not enter a delinquency status with the IRS. It entered a delinquent status with the Office of the Attorney General. Hey, I even said this on my Reddit post. This might be a good time to explain the difference between the IRS and the Attorney General. The IRS is a federal agency, and it's the IRS who can grant a charitable organization its federal tax-exempt status. The Office of the Attorney General is a state agency that enforces state laws and regulates the behavior of entities within that state. Throughout this video, I've been referring to multiple statutes and laws, and all of them have been state laws, not federal laws, state laws. None of the laws that Jirard broke in this video that I mentioned are enforced by or governed by the IRS or any federal agency. They are enforced by the California Attorney General's office.
Carl Jobst has run with this, saying that this is further proof that Open Hand did not comply with the law.
Where did I run with this? Let me actually read you my Reddit post, because once again, Jirard put something on screen and lies to your face about what it is. The Open Hand Foundation has now been classed as delinquent by the Office of the Attorney General. They are delinquent because they have failed to file the required tax form. This means they may not legally engage in any conduct that requires registration with the DOJ, i.e. soliciting charitable funds. Despite this, they are still soliciting donations through their upcoming golf tournament later this year, and through their website. So where in this post did I say this is further proof that the Open Hand Foundation did not comply with the law? I certainly do point out that the Open Hand Foundation is breaking the law by continuing to solicit funds through the golf event and through their website, but these are completely unrelated to the theft and embezzlement that I allege Jirard committed. This is an entirely separate issue.
In reality, the Open Hands Legal Counsel was instructed by the Department of Justice to withhold their tax filings until the investigation was concluded.
I don't believe you. And further, I can prove the exact opposite. When you peruse the Open Hand Foundation's detail page through the Attorney General's office, you can view all of the delinquency notice the Open Hand Foundation has received. The most recent one was sent on the 2nd of May, notifying the Open Hand Foundation that it is delinquent and telling them to file the required form. And when you scroll down on the Open Hand details page, it specifies that the 990PF form is required. Isn't it interesting how Jirard says one thing, shows no evidence at all, and when you go to a far more credible source, like say, the California Attorney General, you can clearly see they were demanding that the Open Hand Foundation file the required form.
This delinquency status is the charity equivalent of an unpaid parking ticket and gets cleared whenever Open Hand files a specific form, which they've already taken care of.
A delinquent status is nothing like an unpaid parking ticket. When you have an unpaid parking ticket, you are still allowed to drive and operate your vehicle. In fact, the law actively prevents the ability of unpaid tickets to affect the status of your license. A delinquent status from the Attorney General is akin to a suspended license. It is literally against the law for a non-profit to conduct any charitable affairs in that state, including soliciting funds if it is delinquent. Title 11, Section 312 of the California California Code of Regulations states that a person or entity subject to the registration requirements of the Act must be registered and in good standing with the Registry of Charities and Fundraisers to operate or solicit for charitable purposes in California. A registrant that is delinquent, suspended, or revoked is not in good standing and is prohibited from engaging in conduct for which registration is required, including but not limited to solicitation for charitable purposes. It even says on the delinquency notice that the Attorney General sent the Open Hand Foundation, stating, "An organization that is listed as delinquent is not in good standing and is prohibited from engaging in conduct for which registration is required, including soliciting or dispersing charitable funds." What I said in my Reddit post couldn't be more accurate.
This delinquency status is the charity equivalent of an unpaid parking ticket and gets cleared whenever Open Hand files a specific form, which they've already taken care of. As a result, this delinquency status has been corrected and is actually explicit proof that my family and I fully complied with the investigation and truly have nothing to hide.
Oh my fuck. Jirard is straight up lying about the status of the Open Hand Foundation. It is still delinquent. Yes, it's delinquent right this very moment. You can check this for yourself. Just Google DOJ, Registry of Charitable Trusts, click on the first link, search for the Open Hand Foundation in organization name, and here you'll see 3 results. The one saying delinquent is Jirard's family's charity. I am stunlocked. Jirard is lying about the status of the charity in real time, which ironically would be breaking California government code if he were still a director, and then using this lie to prove that he did nothing wrong. Though even if the charity did cure its delinquent status, it has nothing to do with Jirard's charity fraud. His theft occurred years ago, and this delinquent status only appeared in 2025. The insane thing about this situation, however, is that despite being delinquent, and despite it being against the law for the charity to conduct affairs in the state of California, they still ran their annual golf fundraising event. It took place on the 9th of October. I repeat, despite being delinquent in the state of California, meaning they cannot legally solicit as a charitable organization, they still ran their golf fundraiser event. They do not care about the law at all. Personally, I submitted another complaint to the DOJ, and I think you should too. How many laws do these people need to break before you people wake up? We have the Open Hand Foundation illegally conducting a fundraiser in the state of California, while Jirard is lying to the public about their delinquent status, trying to cover it up. But even overlooking the fact that Jirard is lying about the status of the charity, and overlooking the fact it is still delinquent, his story keeps chopping and changing in bizarre ways. According to Jirard, the quote-unquote investigation is still ongoing. At the beginning of the video, Jirard lamented that he couldn't wait for the DOJ to complete their investigation and had to move on, and that's why he's releasing his video before the audit is complete.
I didn't want to speak publicly about this whole investigation until I had those final results in my hand, hence my silence all this time. The honest truth is that the Department of Justice will not respond to any emails, despite telling Open Hand's lawyers that they're interested in one final meeting to close the case. It has been over a year waiting on this matter, and the fact of the matter is, I need to move on.
And he is also claiming the DOJ told the Open Hand Foundation's legal counsel to withhold their tax filings until the investigation was concluded.
In reality, the Open Hand's legal counsel was instructed by the Department of Justice to withhold their tax filings until the investigation was concluded.
So Jirard, riddle me this. If the investigation is not concluded, and the Open Hand Foundation was advised to withhold their filings, why did they file them? His story makes no sense. And look at what Jirard puts on screen when he lies about the delinquent status being like a parking ticket. He puts up a blurb about annual registration renewal. But the charity is delinquent because they haven't submitted their tax filing, not their annual registration form. Jirard even just said tax filings.
In reality, the Open Hand's legal counsel was instructed by the Department of Justice to withhold their tax filings
Even if Jirard wasn't lying about the status of the charity, it still makes no sense. There is no universe in which this could ever make sense. Good response video, by the way. This is a good response video. Unbelievable.
Now, I wish I could end the video right here and move on and not acknowledge my detractors beyond easily debunked numbers and misunderstood compliance laws. Unfortunately, Carl and Mudahar have made themselves impossible to ignore. They have inserted themselves into my story, whether I like it or not. Both of them have perpetuated and publicized numerous conspiracy theories about myself and my family online, and this has led to irreparable harm to not just myself, but everyone associated with my family, including personal information being leaked, stalking, public harassment, and so much more. It doesn't matter that these guys never explicitly said they believe some of this stuff, nor do they verbally condone bad faith attacks. They discussed and entertained several conspiracies that directly hurt people who had nothing to do with any of this at all.
This sounds bad. I'm generally curious what conspiracy theories I discussed and entertained.
One of the conspiracy claims was that my family donated personal funds to cover up the fact that we secretly stole all of the donor money. Both Mudahar and Carl discussed this as not only a legitimate possibility, but as a likely reality, despite the fact that no hard evidence of embezzlement has ever existed.
One of the actual conspiracies for this is, one user writes, they just needed a few weeks to secure a loan or liquidate assets to come up with the money to do this. If this conspiracy theory is true and the California DOJ or the IRS are investigating, that's going to draw some serious eyeballs over to them. So if that money is there, just prove it exists. I get it. You're behind lawyers and PR agencies.
If this was actually true, the DOJ would have caught it instantly and acted accordingly.
Wait, where did I entertain this conspiracy theory? You said I did, but just played a clip from Mudahar reading a Reddit post. You didn't even show me mentioning this, let alone discussing it as a likely reality. In fact, I've said the opposite. I have always maintained that the money showing on the filings remained in the bank account. I have not only said this in my Discord, but I've said this publicly.
Okay, so Dick said that even though in their filings they can say we have this much cash on hand, that doesn't mean they actually have that cash on hand.
Yeah, that money went out.
I honestly, I'll tell you right now, I suspect that the filings are correct.
Okay, you believe they have the cash on hand.
Well, I believe they have that cash.
But there was additional cash that they maybe have not been reporting.
There's a lot of money that didn't go to Open Hand that I think was stolen.
Lying Jirard strikes again.
If this was actually true, the DOJ would have caught it instantly and acted accordingly. 501c3 charities in California are extremely strict and are under much tighter supervision than most other states in the US.
It's so funny that he says this right after lying about the status of the charity in California and lying about what a delinquent status means.
An even more outrageous conspiracy tries to allege that my dad poisoned my mom in order to not just worsen her condition, but maybe even cause her diagnosis in the first place. These were particularly nasty conspiracies that I wanted to address in my initial response video from December of 2023, where I shared my mom's autopsy report to prove that yes, she did live and die with frontotemporal dementia.
This is so gross. And you won't believe how much of a piece of shit Jirard is when you realize the context of my Discord message he posted on screen. He shows the Reddit post of some random nutjob who hypothesized that Jirard's dad may have poisoned his mother. I have never interacted with, mentioned, discussed, entertained, or pointed to this conspiracy theory in any way. It has nothing to do with me whatsoever. So why the fuck did Jirard show a Discord message of mine when talking about it? He is clearly trying to associate this poisoning story with me. Let's read my message. Then came back and wanted a divorce, and his dad said, no, I won't let you unless you see a doctor, because the only reason you'd want a divorce is if you've got a medical problem. Made her do tests for years until they diagnosed her with dementia. First of all, what does this have to do with your dad poisoning your mum? That's right, absolutely nothing. Second of all, this isn't my conspiracy theory. What I'm actually doing is paraphrasing a story that Jirard told himself. If you look at the full context of this message and read the messages that came before it, the entire context starts with, according to Jirard, his mother stole him away for 9 months when he was a kid and his dad didn't even realize, until he called home after 9 months. His mum left with some dude and spent $500K, then came back and wanted a divorce, and his dad said, "No, I won't let you unless you see a doctor, because the only reason you'd want a divorce is if you've got a medical problem." Made her do tests for years until they diagnosed her with dementia. In 2017, Jirard did a talk for Story Collider. I'm going to play his talk and to leave my Discord messages on screen, so you can see that this isn't me entertaining a conspiracy theory, this is me paraphrasing Jirard's own story.
And so he and my mom started this company together. And when I say started this company together, I mean he asked for money and she gave him everything he asked for. And lo and behold, this man known as Bill Head was actually not Bill Head. He was a con man from Tennessee who had just convinced my mom to give him over $500,000 in hopes to create this company. And Bill at the time, this guy was like, "Oh yeah, I know all about faith. I know all the pastors and the people from the West Coast to the East Coast. Let's go on a tour." And so suddenly, I, having a medical condition, was yanked out of school, and I did a tour with my mom and this stranger to all the different pastors from the West Coast to the East Coast. So after 9 months of traveling on the road, meeting minister after minister, I stole her cell phone and I called my dad and I said, "I want to come home." And my dad, for some weird reason, didn't piece together that I was with her. So my mom comes back from this long trip, and my dad looks at the bank account statements and all of the money and all of the trips and everything, and she'd spent a lot of money, maxed her credit cards, all this stuff. And my dad was like, what happened? What's going on? And my mom said, "I don't care. I'm sad in this relationship. I'm getting a divorce. It's over." And my father, now most men in the situation would probably freak out, be upset, and really just like go through a lot of emotional changes. And my father, for some weird reason, didn't. He just kind of like suddenly was playing poker and just was like, "I know what I'm doing now and something's not right." And so my father said, "You can divorce me and take everything you want as long as you go with me to the doctor." And she was like, "Oh, that's easy. Let's go to the doctor. That sounds like an easy trip." Well, that trip to the doctor lasted about 3.5 months worth of testing. And she got tested and tested and tested, and no one knew what was wrong with her, but there was something chemically wrong in her brain. They couldn't figure out why she was changing the way that she was. And it took almost 2.5 years from there. I was 14 years old, and the doctor says, "Your mom has been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia."
What a slimy, grotesque worm. He attempts to connect me with a crazy person's conspiracy theory that I never engaged with, and does so by using an out-of-context quote that is Jirard's own story. This is so disgusting and proves once again that not only is Jirard a con artist for all of the charity fraud and theft he committed, but he is just a terrible person.
Now there's one more thing that I want to get ahead of here. Just a couple years before my mom passed away, my dad started dating his now current wife while still being married to my mom. When you're committed to caring for someone with dementia for over a decade, life gets extremely complicated. My mom was at least 10 years into getting sick, and she was barely communicative at this point. My dad somehow found love at his senior age with an amazing woman who would go on to help our family take care of my mom well into her final days. I should not have to explain what I feel is no one's business but my family's. Unfortunately, there's Discord receipts of Carl stating that this was the last bit of family stuff that he was holding back, presumably until I decided to respond again, repeatedly referring to my stepmom as a mistress in my dad's supposed affair.
Jirard seems to not know what the word mistress means. Otherwise, why would he put it in air quotes? The definition is a woman, other than a man's wife, having a sexual relationship with a married man. It's the literal definition. Where did I say affair? Where did I imply I think his dad was cheating on his mother? Where did I pass judgment on it? Nowhere did I do any of these things. Jirard is already a total piece of shit, as we know from what he did with the last two conspiracy theories, claiming I was involved with one when I wasn't, and the second one intentionally taking my comment about his own story out of context to try and claim that I was humoring this poisoning story. And he's doing exactly the same thing again here. I cannot describe your dad's mistress in any other way because that word describes what she was. Your characterization of calling this an affair is entirely coming from you, not me. And I love the way Jirard is impugning me on something I never did. Jirard is asserting that I was going to put this factoid into a video at some point. And Jirard is so slimy, so repulsive, that he will show a message where I say I'm holding back the family stuff, indicating I'm not going to show it, and he implies that I'm going to use it in a future video. But he doesn't show you that in the exact same conversation, I also explicitly say that I would not be mentioning his family in a video. The only reason I'm talking about his family now is because he brought it up.
Considering he used this exact tactic against Billy Mitchell, accusing his current wife of being nothing but a mistress in Billy's alleged affair, I have no doubt in my mind that Carl would and might still try and use this against me in the future.
The very next week, he applied to marry his mistress of many years. So that's why Billy lies about his marriage, because the truth is that he had his children out of wedlock to a mistress, and that just doesn't sound quite as wholesome. It is so appropriate that Jirard compares himself to Billy Mitchell, because they are both huge con artists. But again, he lies about what I said. Where did I say that she was nothing but a mistress, or that it was an affair? Spoiler alert, I didn't. He just lied about what I said. In Billy's case, it's entirely possible he was no longer in a relationship with his first wife, but didn't officially divorce her for 7 years for some reason. I didn't say he was having an affair, nor did I say he was cheating. The only thing I knew for certain is that she wasn't his wife, and they had children while he was still married to someone else. That's why I only used the word mistress, because that literally describes what she was. I don't care who Billy is having sex with, and anyone who watched the video would know why I included that segment. It's because he was lying about his marriage to the public, and I uncovered this lie through my investigation into his assets, which was extremely relevant given that we were discussing the ramifications of bankruptcy, where these matters are important. Jirard is both dense, which is why he doesn't know what the words mean, but he is also a slithering snake by misrepresenting my intention of playing that segment. I did not explain Billy's mistress because I care that he had a mistress. I explained it because he was lying about his marriage to the public. It was a demonstration of his willingness to lie about everything, including something as fundamental as his marriage. It was purely to demonstrate his dishonesty. It wasn't a judgment of how he conducts himself in his personal life. So let me make this clear to you, Jirard, given that you are a moron and are outright lying about my intentions. No, I was not intending on making a video about how your dad was hooking up with another woman before his wife was dead. I couldn't care less about what he does in his personal life. But if you ever lie to the public about your own marriage and I find out about it, it might make an appearance. Similar to how in my video response to the lawyer Mooney, I showed examples of how you were lying about your time at Best Buy and the manner in which you quit. Do you think that I care that you quit Best Buy? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. But if you lie about it over and over and over again and I find out, and I'm trying to demonstrate to the public that you're a compulsive liar, it might sneak its way in there.
Myself and my family have long accepted and love who my dad married after my mom passed away. It doesn't matter how much Carl tries to twist the truth here. There is no grand conspiracy here.
Ironically, instead of Jirard using out-of-context messages that are just relaying his own story, he could have shown much worse messages. Like this one. This whole thing about all this charity is about the mother is all fake and shit, mostly because they didn't respect her at all, even when she was dying. This is a terrible thing to say, and I truly regret saying it. And I can genuinely say to Jirard, I am very sorry for saying it. So aside from the charity stuff, I can understand why Jirard would hate me very much. But because Jirard felt the need to dredge up 2-year-old Discord messages in order to try and smear me and paint a false narrative, let me give you the context around this message. This was in December 2023. We had just learned that Jirard and his charity had been using his dead mother to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars by lying to the public. In his response video that came out the week earlier, he denied any wrongdoing and threatened to sue me just for exposing the story. He would then hide behind his mother, saying that he would never do anything to disrespect her. Meanwhile, my own mother had literally just died a few weeks earlier. So to hear Jirard repeatedly dig up his mother's 10-year-old carcass for sympathy points was triggering to me. Unlike Jirard, however, I'm not going to use my dead mother as a justification for me being insensitive on Discord. Even though I was grieving and angry at Jirard, my messages were still completely unacceptable. But let's make one thing clear. I don't like Jirard. I don't like his stupid face. I don't like his charity. I don't like his family. So forgive me if I don't extend him any courtesy when I'm shooting the shit with a small group of people on Discord. Besides, while I may have been an arsehole to Jirard and his family, everything I said on Discord in relationship to his dad was true. He brings up my messages while saying there is no grand conspiracy, while acknowledging that everything that I say in those messages was literally true. So what the hell is he going on about? And everything I did say about his family was true.
The truth is that despite what they claim, Mudahar and Carl are not journalists, accountants, lawyers, or even engineers. They're YouTubers, just like me. That's why they never issued any corrections to this story, despite numerous allegations being thoroughly disproven even before my own response video came out. Corrections and questions are entertained as possible, but at no point did either of these two admit that they were wrong about anything they incorrectly cited.
This is a flat-out lie. The only thing that I said that was incorrect as far as I'm aware of is the fact that I said the tax filings weren't signed, which I've admitted to multiple times. It pains me to say this, but I was incorrect. The forms were signed. This was a throwaway line that was poorly researched, and I shouldn't have said it.
The 5% rule for charities to donate every single year, open hands filing status, expenses and contribution totals, or even my own words. These were all things that I tried to address in my response video, and others online had corrected them as well. There were a number of laws, requirements, and so much more that both Carl and Mudahar cited incorrectly, with no corrections to this very day.
I have never spoken about the 5% rule, and in regards to the open hands filing status, who was wrong about that? The only person that is wrong is Jirard, claiming they aren't delinquent when they literally are. Jirard is just saying a bunch of crap that has never been demonstrated at all, ever. I have previously never cited a law before this video, and as I showed in this video, though I didn't cite a specific law previously, and now that I have, I believe I am more correct than ever in my allegations.
In my video, I said that we welcomed an audit, responding to the claim that we were somehow afraid that an investigation might happen, exposing the books and everything up to everyone.
What they don't want is people, especially the authorities, looking into the golf tournament and all of that sponsorship money.
But if you have the money, I don't think it's illogical to show that you have the money and you are willing to donate it. Unless, of course, even if possessing the money after all of this, there are still some serious legal repercussions.
Instead of admitting that, hey, maybe he might have gone too far, Mudahar doubled down, saying that a criminal investigation by the government suddenly doesn't disprove his accusations that we broke the law.
Now, the audit was never the smoking gun during this video, and you might be like, whoa, what are you talking about, Muda?
This is the exact investigation that Mudahar instructed his viewers would deliver justice if they followed his instructions.
Did you see what Jirard just did there? The same thing he's been doing this entire video. He intentionally, in my opinion, conflated a criminal investigation with an audit. Listen to that again.
Mudahar doubled down, saying that a criminal investigation by the government suddenly doesn't disprove his accusations that we broke the law.
Now, the audit was never the smoking gun during this video, and you might be like, whoa, what are you talking about, Muta?
Jirard said criminal investigation, and Muta said audit. Those are two completely different things. This cannot be an accident, and it's really shocking how conniving and deceitful people like Jirard are. Like I said before, I'd be surprised if anyone who actually listened to this realized what was happening.
As for Carl, he actually acknowledges that he doesn't correctly cite any of the laws that I supposedly broke.
I couldn't give two shits if any of that is illegal or illegal. It would not affect my own moral judgments because I don't base my morals on whether or not a court convicts someone of a crime. Again, he just lies about what I said and then plays what I said, which is totally different. I never cited any laws, nor did I say that I cited any laws incorrectly. All I was saying that even if Jirard isn't convicted of a crime, he was still morally wrong, which Jirard even admits to in this very video.
However, even if we never broke the law, serious moral mistakes were still made by myself and the foundation. However, instead of admitting that he got anything wrong in his videos, Carl conveniently says that he is not a journalist, he's just making entertainment.
I have never said I'm not a journalist. I said I've never called myself an investigative journalist. What you're about to see is Jirard show a bunch of things on screen and to lie to your face over and over about what they say.
Carl conveniently says that he is not a journalist.
In this tweet, I do not say I'm not a journalist. I only say I've literally never called myself an investigative journalist. Not calling yourself something doesn't mean you aren't that thing.
Carl conveniently says that he is not a journalist, he's just making entertainment.
The purpose of a YouTube video is first and foremost to entertain, because if a video isn't easy to understand or entertaining, people won't watch it and I will get less money. Yes, there is a big difference between someone like a detective who investigates crimes and a YouTuber. By its very nature, I need to make videos that are entertaining. A detective does not. A detective gets paid to investigate, so he doesn't need to then go and create content. I don't get paid to investigate things. I get paid to make entertaining videos.
Accusations of criminal wrongdoing and inexcusable moral character are now a form of entertainment.
Yes. Have you ever watched the news, bro? Or read a single newspaper? What do you think the news is? It's entertainment, and much of it is based around people committing crimes. The people who report on news aren't the people who enforce the laws. It's purely for entertainment. Do you think journalists then go and arrest the people they cover? This is a moronic argument.
Accusations of criminal wrongdoing and inexcusable moral character are now a form of entertainment and should not be taken as fact.
This is so amazing. First, where did I say that my accusations of wrongdoing shouldn't be taken as fact? Like, he literally doesn't show it. Let me teach you something about logic, Jirard. Something can be entertaining and true at the same time. My videos need to be entertaining because if they aren't entertaining, people won't watch them and I won't get paid. Even in my legal declaration, which he cites in a moment, I declare this. My YouTube videos often contain hyperbole, sarcasm, parody, and humor to make them interesting to viewers. When talking on facts, I generally show evidence within the video. If this evidence isn't shown, my comment should not be misconstrued as factual. Here I am clearly stating that I do discuss facts, and when I discuss facts, I present the evidence. And while I do use humor or sarcasm to make my videos more entertaining, many things I say in my video are in fact also true. And I try to make sure that when making factual statements, they are true. Is this just a function of Jirard lacking comprehension skills? Or is it a function of him being a liar? Or is it both? How can Jirard be this obtuse?
Accusations of criminal wrongdoing and inexcusable moral character are now a form of entertainment and should not be taken as fact, despite the fact that Carl cites himself constantly as an investigative journalist, both in his GoFundMe campaigns, on the record in the courtroom in several different cases, and even in one of his most recent videos.
He cites 3 things where he claims I called myself an investigative journalist. The first are my GoFundMes, which he puts on screen. And this is where Jirard's truly dishonest con artist nature shines through once again. Notice how on his screenshot it says Carl Jobs Legal Defense Fund. So you would think that the text on the screen relates to that fund. But if you go and look at my GoFundMe for the same name, the word journalist doesn't appear on there at all. And thus, by the powers of deductive reasoning, the label investigative journalist doesn't appear there either. I simply don't call myself a journalist here. I merely refer to myself as a YouTuber who often reports on video game cheaters. The second and only other GoFundMe I ran was for victims of Billy Mitchell's lawsuits. And on that page, I refer to myself as a gaming journalist. At this point, I'm starting to question whether Jirard can even read. I am literally losing brain cells having to go through this video. He lies, says that I refer to myself as an investigative journalist on my GoFundMe campaigns, neither on which do I do, and he even puts the text on screen, which clearly shows I don't. What is happening here? I'm pretty sure after I'm done making this video, I'm going to have to be admitted into a mental hospital, because this is legitimately making me go insane.
Despite the fact that Carl cites himself constantly as an investigative journalist, both in his GoFundMe campaigns, on the record in the courtroom in several different cases.
He next shows a statement I provided for the Billy Mitchell v. Twin Galaxies lawsuit. Here, I do call myself an investigative journalist. So why do I do that here in this context? It's because this is a statement provided in a legal setting, and while I don't call myself an investigative journalist generally, I may actually be one. The reason I used this descriptor here is because I was labeled as such on my Wikipedia page. I was labeled as an investigative journalist for over 3 years on Wikipedia, from February 2022 until March of 2025. In the book, The Reporter's Handbook, written by Steven Weinberg, he writes, "That established, is it possible to define investigative journalism? Here is a tentative definition. The reporting, through one's own initiative and work product, matters of importance to readers, viewers, or listeners. In many cases, the subjects of the reporting wish the matters to remain under scrutiny, to remain undisclosed." Let us analyze this definition. Investigative journalism rarely follows someone else's agenda. They decide what is worthy of coverage rather than attend a meeting merely because someone in authority convened it. When I described myself as such in my declaration, I relied upon third-party confirmation that I was that thing. And if you put a gun to my head and forced me to make my own call, I would say that I meet the criteria of being an investigative journalist, according to many definitions. Though as far as I'm concerned, there is no concrete definition, so I don't generally refer to myself as one in passing. In December of 2023, I tweeted that I've literally never called myself an investigative journalist. This was incorrect, because the month prior, I had labeled myself as one in my declaration in the Twin Galaxies lawsuit. This was both a factual inaccuracy and a mistake I made because I forgot what I had said in that statement, but it was also unnecessary hyperbole. The point of my tweets weren't to suggest that what I say is untrue, it was to point out the stupidity of saying that I make my YouTube videos to make money, and therefore what I'm saying is unreliable. Of course I make YouTube videos for money. It's my job. I don't get paid for the hundreds of hours I spent investigating Jirard and the Open Hand Foundation. I get paid to make entertaining videos. And Jirard defenders, including Jirard himself in this very video, are trying to use the fact that YouTube is my job to discredit my reporting, which is nonsense. What's interesting is that even when Jirard can point to a legitimate mistake I made, where I claimed I didn't do something when I clearly did, he can't help himself but to include his own lies on top of it.
On the record in the courtroom in several different cases.
He said several different cases, but it was one declaration in one case. In my own lawsuit, when I was asked what my profession was, I simply said professional YouTuber.
Despite the fact that Carl cites himself constantly as an investigative journalist, both in his GoFundMe campaigns, on the record in the courtroom in several different cases, and even in one of his most recent videos.
My channel and my investigative work improved dramatically after I got sued. I want you guys to tell me in the comments. When Jirard says that me describing my investigative work is me calling myself an investigative journalist, is that him being stupid or dishonest? I'm genuinely curious what your impression is.
Despite the best efforts that I put in my initial response video, I was never going to win, no matter what I said.
This imbecile cares more about winning on YouTube than he does the fact that he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from his community by lying about his charity for years. For him to describe this as a Carl versus the Completionist battle where he was trying to come out on top is the perfect illustration of his priorities. He doesn't care about what he did. He's upset that he couldn't manipulate the public into believing he did nothing wrong.
The money got donated, but that was never the true goal. For Carl and Mudahar to succeed, I had to be irredeemable, and nothing I could have legally provided at the time would have been enough.
Jirard is irredeemable. The date of this message was December 13, 2023. This was just after Jirard made his response video where he failed to admit he was lying and threatened to sue me and Mudahar for breaking the story. I don't think Jirard should have a platform, because he is a giant con artist who still to this very day cannot stop lying. If anything, Jirard is getting worse. This video has been so full of lies that are so bad that this guy should be forcefully removed from the internet.
It was my 16-minute video under the scrutiny of countless legal professionals versus their 8+ hours of sponsored conspiracy-based attacks. So, as a recap, yes, I did lie about where the donations were going, knowingly so after Indieland 2022.
In this video, Jirard only admits to intentionally lying about where the money was going in 2023 and unintentionally before then. That's all he admits to, but let me clarify what Jirard actually did. He admits to lying in 2023 about where the money was going, however the truth is that he knew the money was not going to the UCSF since the inception of his charity, as the creation of the charity was because of the UCSF and the fact that Jirard and his family were unhappy with how they used the resources they donated.
We saw a real need after the frustrations we had personally experienced working with UCSF. This is where the Open Hand Foundation began, and with it, the need for knowing how charitable contributions actually get spent.
Therefore, Jirard was intentionally lying in all circumstances where he invoked the UCSF, as early as 2019.
Currently working with the University of San Francisco, and we're kind of one of their main funding support partners going into all of this.
Further evidence this was intentional comes from both the Open Hand website, which for the website's entire existence up until the scandal broke, had falsely listed the UCSF as a benefactor, and including a misleading quote thanking the Open Hand Foundation for a gift that was never given. And backed up by Jirard's brother, who admitted that the Open Hand Foundation never planned on working with the UCSF because of a previous experience, and that's why they were hoarding the money. Jirard lied about all of the bits, subs, and merch going to the Open Hand Foundation.
If you want to buy a t-shirt, you should buy a t-shirt. All the proceeds go there. Bits, subs, gift subs, super chats, memberships, anything financially involved with the show goes to Dementia Research.
When in fact they were spent on Indieland production costs, which amounts to embezzlement. And while he is trying to walk this admission back now, the cat is already out of the bag.
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs.
Jirard also lied about multiple other sources of revenue that would go to the Open Hand Foundation, including proceeds from Nexus and G Fuel commissions, proceeds from ticket sales, proceeds from sponsorships, and essentially all income sources that supported Indieland.
And all the money attached to that on the back end goes to Indieland. So thank you.
Income that he promised would go to the foundation. His lies now continue throughout this video. He lied on his spreadsheet by underreporting verifiable direct donations by tens of thousands of dollars, and also lied on the spreadsheet by claiming that the direct donations and Twitch revenue equated to all of the funding sources for Indieland, when in fact there were tons of income sources he said would go to the foundation, which have all now conveniently disappeared. He lied by claiming that the Open Hand Foundation was being criminally investigated, when in fact they are simply being audited. He lied about the status of the Open Hand Foundation in the state of California, denying that it's delinquent, which, if he was still a director, which we can't verify because the foundation refuses to file its tax forms, would be illegal. He lied about me entertaining conspiracy theories and even used out-of-context Discord messages of me recanting his own story to try and prove it. Multiple times he showed things on screen and straight up lied about what they said. The lies go on and on and on. And the unfortunate reality is that most people who watched this video had no idea they were being lied to. And when I posted to Twitter that his video was full of lies, the public were not interested in knowing what those lies might be. Instead, what was more interesting to them is the fact that at one time I said something stupid on Discord. You may dislike me all you want, but if your distaste for a single person, in this case me, causes you to want to be willingly ignorant to something as bad as charity fraud, I think this demonstrates a major character flaw that I sincerely hope resolves itself as soon as possible.
I try to take responsibility privately by making sure that the money got donated appropriately, hoping that I can minimize the damage this might do to everyone in my life, keeping this a secret to prevent anyone else from being complicit. In reality, continuing to hide this throughout 2023 only made everything worse, because now I was still directly complicit.
Not only did this make everything worse, but you're admitting to theft by false pretense.
There was always going to be hell to pay, and I was just being stupid about all of this. I should have just partnered with the organization directly, made things right from the beginning, and not cared about restricted donations or where the money was going.
I thought it was your family that cared about restricted donations, and you were the one that wanted to donate it immediately. According to your story, you were the one who realized hoarding the money was bad and wanted to try to offload it.
But at the time, there was a massive disagreement between myself and my family. I personally thought it was important that the money be donated right away. Meanwhile, my family's perspective was very different than mine. They had been negotiating with several organizations to establish contracts to take a bulk sum of money as a restricted donation.
Jirard cannot keep his story straight because his story makes no sense. According to Jirard, he was upset that his family had not donated the money. He expressed this both in my call with him and this video.
I was made aware in 2021 when the money hadn't moved yet. And that's what made me go, that's not fucking cool. And that's when I got personally involved to move it.
And this is where the real conflict started. I tried my best to express how upset I was, how upset all of you would rightfully be, and that this could cost me and so many people who worked with me everything we had created and built together.
But then in the same video, he admits that even he did not want to donate the money after finding out because he wanted it to be restricted.
I should have just partnered with the organization directly, made things right from the beginning, and not cared about restricted donations or where the money was going.
So up until 2022, the family hoarded the money because they wanted to make a restricted donation. Then, according to Jirard, he finds out and says that's not cool.
That's not fucking cool.
But then for the next 12 months, he continues to do that exact same thing, hoarding the money because he wanted to make a restricted donation.
I personally thought it was important that the money be donated right away. Meanwhile, my family's perspective was very different than mine. They had been negotiating with several organizations to establish contracts to take a bulk sum of money as a restricted donation. I should have just partnered with the organization directly, made things right from the beginning, and not cared about restricted donations or where the money was going. Meanwhile, my family's perspective was very different than mine. I personally thought it was important that the money be donated right away. I should have just partnered with the organization directly, made things right from the beginning, and not cared about restricted donations or where the money was going.
This makes no logical sense. It makes no logical sense because, in my opinion, it's a fake story, and Jirard is too dim-witted to create a story that actually sounds plausible.
I also should not have gone ahead with Indieland in 2023. The show had taken a life of its own because it finally was receiving the notoriety for all of our team's hard work, and I did not want to hurt or betray everyone that put their blood, sweat, and tears into the show.
While Jirard tries to paint this as if his dishonesty was a noble gesture in order to protect the people who had worked on Indieland, believing that this makes things more acceptable, in reality, it's the opposite. Jirard is acknowledging that if he told the truth, he and his company would stand to lose a lot. And while it might not be immediately apparent, lying in order to minimize loss is just as bad as lying in order to maximize gain. But in this case, it was both, so it's doubly bad. Jirard lied in order to minimize reputational harm to himself, his company, and the Open Hand Foundation. But he also lied in order to increase the amount of donations his charity received. And no matter what kind of narrative Jirard tries to spin, both of these are terrible and illegal.
In the end, I made a choice that cost my team their employment and ruined their lives. Not to mention all the residual flack of every indie developer that they received just because of their association to me.
I find it hard to believe that Indieland developers received flack for being part of Indieland. And if that happened, that would be incredibly idiotic. I don't believe any reasonable person would or should place the responsibility of any of this on anyone except for Jirard and his family.
With all that being said, though, what I did not do was steal, embezzle, or otherwise misappropriate donor funds for anything. Every cent of money donated was always there, waiting to find a benefactor. Any claims of theft, embezzlement, or fraud are categorically false.
No, they aren't. Claims of theft, embezzlement, and fraud are almost certainly accurate based upon law. Jirard is too inept to realize that admitting to lying in order to obtain property is theft. He thinks that as long as he donates the money after being caught, he didn't steal it. This is not only wrong, it's incredibly dangerous to try and convince the public otherwise.
I also want to apologize to Carl and Mudahar. Despite my criticisms, I know what it's like to have your entire life scrutinized by tens of thousands of strangers who just want to see you fail, and nobody deserves that.
Apology not accepted. And you definitely deserve that. You are a lying piece of shit, and pretending to apologize after blatantly lying about me for the past 10 minutes in truly disgusting ways is one of the most transparently empty gestures I've ever seen in my lifetime.
I know you both wanted this money donated.
That is not what you said a moment ago.
The money got donated, but that was never the true goal.
Now, after sufficiently smearing our motives, you want to try and take the moral high ground and look like the good guy. But always remember this, Jirard. You are the one who committed charity fraud. We are just the messengers.
I know you both wanted this money donated, and you didn't deserve to get blown off just because people liked me.
I really don't care about people blowing me off as much as I care about con artists like you lying about me and people believing it.
But I'm not interested in fighting some eternal YouTube drama conflict. I just want to come clean, and this is genuinely the soonest I was able to do so. So if you're really interested in understanding whether Carl and Mudahar conducted a responsible and educated investigation, there's a great YouTube video out there by a YouTube channel called Accounting in YouTube that breaks down the entire thing. And it's made by actual CPAs who looked at everything that Carl and Mudahar looked at.
Now this is beautiful. Before I even address this video, Jirard again feels the need to lie multiple times when just describing it. He says it was made by CPAs, when in reality, it was made by one CPA. And that's if you believe that this anonymous person is actually a CPA, which I don't. But I love the way Jirard says this CPA looked at everything me and Mudahar looked at. That might be the funniest statement in this whole video. How do I describe this accountant's video? A good way to describe it would be a fan fiction about the Open Hand scandal, where an accountant pretends that the entire issue is based around accounting, so they can swoop in and be the hero of the story. Now, my video has been very, very long, but if you remember earlier, we talked about specific crimes. For example, making false statements while soliciting for charitable purposes, theft by false pretense, theft by embezzlement. Do you know which of these crimes have anything to do with accounting or the IRS? None of them. These are crimes of behavior, not crimes of accounting. I can summarize the accountant's video pretty easily. It asserts that the claims made by Mudahar and myself are baseless because you can't prove them using their tax filings.
So if I had 1 minute to give you an idea of what we're about to look into, you're going to come to learn that Carl and Mudahar's accounting research, evidence, and calculations were bad. They lacked any application of actual tax accounting principles and were not based on tax accounting guidelines set forth by the Internal Revenue Code.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. That's why our claims of fraud, theft, and embezzlement were not based on the tax filings, with a single exception which I will address after. The only thing the tax filings initially suggested to us is that the money hadn't been donated. But after I emailed the Open Hand Foundation and spoke with Jirard, this fact was admitted by both parties. Therefore, the 990 tax forms became irrelevant. The crimes of making false statements of fact while soliciting for charitable purposes and theft by false pretense were already admitted to by Jirard himself and the Open Hand Foundation before our first videos were even made public, and these crimes have nothing to do with accounting. I can demonstrate this with a simple thought experiment. Imagine two fundraisers. Fundraiser A raises $100 and sends $50 to Charity A. Fundraiser B also raises $100 and sends $50 to Charity B. And if you look at the tax filings for both charities, they are exactly the same, with both charities showing $50 of contributions. However, one fundraiser has committed fraud and the other fundraiser hasn't. How is this possible? Both tax filings are identical. It's possible because one fundraiser lied and said that all proceeds would be sent to the charity and they wouldn't be spending anything on fundraiser expenses, while the other fundraiser didn't lie, instead saying that only net proceeds would be sent to the charity. The thing that makes the crime is the behavior of the fundraiser, not the accounting. That's why I describe the accountant's video as fan fiction. Because the main issues with the Open Hand Foundation wasn't the accounting, it was the lies and misappropriation of funds. I didn't allege embezzlement because of the tax filings. I alleged it because of Jirard's own admission, his role within the foundation, and his behavior. I mentioned previously how this accountant did such poor research into Indieland and Tiltify to the point that he literally doesn't even know what they are or the functions they fulfill. And I showed that he will claim things about events that are not only wrong, but bafflingly wrong. But his lack of care to actually investigate the situation is so horrendous it leads him to saying things as astounding as this.
I pose these questions to you in closing. It's been a year and a half since these allegations were made by Carl and Mudahar. If Jirard was caught embezzling money, how come we haven't heard anything about this since then? If Open Hand was caught pocketing money from the golf event, then how the hell are they still able to host golf events that benefit Open Hand?
They aren't. They legally aren't. They are delinquent with the Attorney General's office, which means hosting this golf event is against the law. But this accountant has written this fictional story where apparently the only thing that matters when it comes to charitable organizations is their standing with the IRS. So in his mind, because the Open Hand Foundation is in good standing with the IRS, it means that the golf charity can take place in California. But he is so tunnel-visioned and too lazy to research anything else, he says something that is patently false and negligently so. Interestingly, I asked the accountant if he knew that they were delinquent with the Attorney General, to which he replied he was. But he didn't even know what this meant, and didn't realize this meant they were not legally allowed to solicit funds in the state of California. Now, I'm actually married to an accountant, and I've run a company for years, so I have some idea about how accountants work. Accountants are not investigators. They are given bank statements, receipts, paperwork, and everything they need to file the required tax forms directly from the company in question. Being an accountant doesn't mean you have any ability to do any legitimate independent research or the ability to use common sense. That is why when this accountant was talking about the Sunmark Golf fundraiser, he made an utter mess of it. He didn't have the ability to ask Sunmark what the donation was for, and he doesn't have their bank statements, so he was helpless. He couldn't even read an article which spelt everything out very clearly and match it up with the foundation's tax filing. Because that skill is not accounting. That's called using your brain. Now this guy might be a great accountant, but that means nothing when he couldn't even be bothered to learn about Jirard, Indieland, Tiltify, or any of the Californian laws surrounding solicitation of funds. I even asked the accountant how much he considered the role of the Attorney General in this situation, to which he replied, "Not at all." The very agency that regulates the behavior of charities in California was not considered a single bit in that accountant's video. I asked the accountant if he wanted to work together to get to the truth of the matter, and he refused. Of course he did. He's quite happy to lie, misrepresent my positions, do no research whatsoever, make claims so wrong and ill-informed it's laughable, but when it comes to having the opportunity to come together to find the truth, to help educate the public in a way that could be positive and collaborative, he's not interested. How surprising. I've alluded to it multiple times, but just to cement this point in stone, this accountant's video is complete trash, because he mistakenly attributes these issues to IRS accounting issues, instead of breaches of the California Penal Code. Two things that couldn't be more unrelated. And he does it in a way that is so bad faith it's outright malicious, by describing me just as an ex-speedrunner.
It's exactly why you shouldn't let an ex-speedrunner / ex-online dating coach and a computer scientist prepare your taxes for you, because they may get lost in what they're doing and think you're embezzling money or have missing funds.
According to this accountant, speedrunning is a profession, and if you're a speedrunner, it means that's the limit of your knowledge. The reality is that speedrunning is most commonly a hobby, and some of the smartest people you will ever meet are speedrunners who have extremely impressive careers in many different fields, including accounting. Wes McKinney was a GoldenEye speedrunner, and his long list of accomplishments in software development and business mean nothing, I suppose, because he's an ex-speedrunner. Drew Weatherton is still an active speedrunner who is a doctor of engineering, but he must be a moron, because as this accountant implies, if you have ever performed a speedrun in your life, you're an idiot. I know plenty of speedrunners who not only have extremely impressive and respectable careers, but are infinitely more intelligent than this nitwit accountant. Now, am I saying that I'm as smart as these successful speedrunners? No, I'm certainly not. But the fact that this accountant felt the need to mention I was a speedrunner as an insult is so disrespectful to every other speedrunner, it fills me with the urge to simply call him a cunt, which he is. I'm not sure how much of the accountant's video I specifically need to address, given that my claims of fraud, theft, and embezzlement weren't reliant on accounting at all, making the entire video as a whole irrelevant. But I will point out some things that are pretty funny.
In Jirard's response video to the accusations, he made everyone aware that while OpenHand was instructed to file a 990-PF, they were considered a public charity in the eyes of the IRS since 2015. He showed this document as proof. However, it's important to distinguish that their status as a public charity via this letter is only conditional until they fully complete their 60-month period.
The interesting thing about this letter is that it says the 60-month period ends on December 31st, 2020, and after this period ended, they were required to prove they met the requirements as a public charity within 90 days. And yet, in the OpenHand's tax filings for 2021 and 2022, the OpenHand Foundation continued to file a 990-PF form, which confirms, as far as the IRS is concerned, they are still a private foundation. Clearly, they didn't take the necessary steps to transition from a private charity to a public charity, which is also why Jirard only showed their intent to change status in 2016, but failed to show the new determination letter that would confirm that the status was changed to a public foundation after the 60-month period ended. And that's why the new determination letter also isn't showing on the IRS OpenHand page either. This means that not only is the charity still a private charity, as confirmed by the fact that they are still filing a 990-PF form years after this termination period ended, but it means that because they failed to prove they met the requirements as a public charity, they are retroactively considered a private charity for the entire 60-month period, with the letter stating, However, if you don't meet these requirements for the 60-month period, you'll be classified as a private foundation for the entire period. Another thing the accountant didn't pick up on is the fact that on the 990PF form, there is a box that you need to tick that says your foundation is currently in the 60-month termination period. A box that the Open Hand Foundation failed to tick for every single year during that period. Essentially, the Open Hand Foundation told the IRS they intended to switch to a public charity, but then took none of the required steps afterwards to actually do it. And given that we are literally years beyond this 90-day deadline that the Open Hand Foundation had to prove that they met the requirements of being a public charity, why on God's green earth is this accountant both not mentioning it and still saying that the Open Hand Foundation is not subject to the 5% rule?
The benefit of this period is that the private foundations are not subject to certain excise taxes or penalties. They can accept tax-deductible contributions that an individual taxpayer can use as deductions on their taxes, and it's not subject to the 5% payout rule, which was one of the things Mudahar brought up in one of his videos.
Because the Open Hand Foundation did not transition to a public charity, they certainly are subject to the 5% rule, and they were subject to the 5% rule throughout this entire 60-month period. And again, that's why in his initial response video, Jirard only showed the foundation's letter saying they were intending to change the status to a public charity, but didn't show you the determination letter that would have confirmed that their status was in fact changed. A letter they should have received years ago. And for those who like to dig a little deeper, yes, I am aware that on the IRS website under the Open Hand Foundation, it lists their deductibility code as a public charity. However, this code is merely referring to how a donor to the Open Hand Foundation can claim their charitable deductions. This is not indicating the Open Hand Foundation's legal tax filing requirements. If it were, and the Open Hand Foundation were actually a public charity, they would simply not be allowed to file a 990PF, and it would have been rejected immediately by the IRS. And instead, the IRS would have required them to file a 990, which is what public charities need to file. So the 2021 and 2022 990PF filings that both the IRS and the Attorney General accepted are proof that the Open Hand Foundation never actually transitioned to a public charity after the 60-month period. Even on the Attorney General's website for the Open Hand Foundation, it says for the year 2023, a 990PF is required. Do you think the AG is guessing what form is required? No. And yet the accountant doesn't mention any of this at all.
The fact that Open Hand has to file a 990PF but are operating like a public charity is what makes this scenario so confusing. A public charity is required to detail a breakout of expenses, a schedule detailing their revenue, a detailed breakout of their public support, detail regarding their programs and the services they provide, a breakout of fundraising activities and events, amongst other things. A 990PF doesn't require any of that information, at least in equivalent detail, which is one of the reasons why Open Hand's 990 filings look like they're lacking information.
This is false, as a 990PF is still required to provide a Schedule B, providing details for donors of over $5,000. So their filings are indeed lacking information, which is why they look as such. A fact that the accountant admitted he knew when he spoke to me and chose not to tell you.
A 990PF doesn't require any of that information, at least in equivalent detail, which is one of the reasons why Open Hand's 990 filings look like they're lacking information. And I think it's one of the reasons why Carl and Mudahar was suspicious about them in the first place.
No, it has nothing to do with why we are suspicious. What you'll see throughout this video is the accountant misrepresenting my claims over and over and over again. He is simply clueless as to what's going on, and he tries to hide this cluelessness by rattling off a bunch of accounting jargon in order to try and make you forget what the core issue is.
A 990PF doesn't even have certain guidelines that would apply to open hand, like how to calculate fundraising revenue, because private foundations don't host fundraiser events normally.
This point is both correct and super important. Public charities are required to file a 990 or 990EZ form. If a public charity conducts a fundraiser, they need to attach a Schedule G called Supplemental Information Regarding Fundraising or Gaming Activities. And it says attached to Form 90 or Form 90EZ. It doesn't say attached to 990PF, because in that case, it isn't required. In the letter where the Open Hand Foundation wanted to change their status to a public foundation, it said specifically they still need to file a 990PF. So while they may be exempt from certain rules when it comes to how they run their charity, when it comes to their filings, they still have to abide by the rules set out when submitting a 990PF.
Private foundations try to avoid getting most of their funding that way so they can keep their status as a private foundation. Because they generally don't host fundraisers, there's no way to account for them in a 990PF. There aren't even any instructions in the 990PF that will guide us on how to account for them. So there are going to be times that we need to consult the 990 instructions, which are the instructions that a public charity follows, and apply them to Open Hand's 990PF filing.
No, we don't. You would never use 990 instructions when filing a 990PF, and this type of comment genuinely makes me doubt that this person is even an accountant.
Lastly, how do we calculate and report fundraising revenues? Remember, the 990PF instructions lack the equivalent detail of calculating fundraising revenue, so we have to use the 990 instructions.
I will let the accountant finish his example, but I will show you how this is actually accounted for on a 990PF.
Per the 990 instructions, we must enter the total amount of contributions received from the fundraising events, which includes, but isn't limited to, dinners, auctions, and other events conducted for the sole or primary purpose of raising funds for the organization's exempt activities. They also provide the following example. An organization holds a dinner, charging $400 per person for the meal. The dinner has a retail value of $160. A person who purchases a ticket is really purchasing the dinner for $160 and making a contribution of $240. The contribution of $240, which is the difference between the buyer's payment and the retail value of the dinner, would be reported on line 1C and again on line 8A. Those are references to a general 990 form, and we're actually going to see them in just a little bit.
This only applies to a 990 form, and not a 990PF form. What these instructions are pertaining to is Part 8 on a 990 form. So if a dinner charges $400, but the value of the dinner is $160, the excess revenue is listed in line C as a contribution. However, that remaining $160 is indeed also declared on the form under 8A as gross income. So while the contribution portion is listed separately, the full $400 is still entirely visible and accounted for on the tax filings. When it comes to the 990PF form, there is no equivalent part, and this is because, as the accountant pointed out, private foundations usually don't run fundraisers, so they haven't included a section where fundraisers can be broken down into greater detail. But private foundations can indeed run fundraisers, it's just that they are accounted for differently. And as it turns out, the accountant even gave an example of that very thing. Remember that Sunmark fundraiser that the accountant completely botched and had no idea what was going on? They were a private foundation who ran a fundraiser and filed a 990PF. Here, they listed their total gross contributions, and the expenses for the golf fundraiser were listed further down under expenses. Notice I said gross contributions, which means the total contributions received before any deductions. That's because when you read the instructions for filing a 990PF form, that's what it instructs you to do. It says, enter the total of gross contributions, grants, and similar amounts received. When it says gross, it means 100% of the contributions received before factoring in anything else. This is different from the instructions given for the 990 form, which merely says enter the total amount of contributions, not gross contributions, but contributions. And it goes on to explain specifically what they mean as a contribution.
While the term contribution can be considered a very general term, it has a specific meaning when discussing fundraising revenue. It represents the amount paid above the market retail value of what you're getting in the exchange. This type of contribution is called a quid pro quo contribution. And citing publication 557, it states, "A contribution made by a donor in exchange for goods or services is known as a quid pro quo contribution." It also provides the example, if a donor gives you $100 and receives a concert ticket valued at $40, the donor has made a quid pro quo contribution. In this example, the charitable part of the payment is $60.
This is extremely misleading. When they discuss quid pro quo contributions, this has nothing to do with how the foundation reports the contribution. This section is ensuring that a donor is not using the entire amount they paid for the good as a charitable deduction on their own personal tax filings. For example, if I buy a concert ticket for $100 that is valued at $40, I cannot then go and claim that entire $100 as a charitable deduction on my own personal tax return, which is why this rule requires a charity to provide the donors with a written statement informing the donor of the fair market value of the items so that the donor can correctly claim the deduction on their own tax return.
Fundraising revenue is unique because it's the only revenue stream that may involve reporting two distinct types of income, the charitable contribution portion and the net income from the event after subtracting the contribution amount.
Statements like this are what cement my opinion that this person is not an accountant. He says that after the contribution is subtracted, you're left with net income. But you aren't left with net income, you're left with gross income. And it even says this on the 990 tax form. Putting aside the charity aspect and the contribution aspect for a moment, if I walk into a restaurant and pay $160 for a dinner, that is the gross income received by the restaurant. For an accountant, to confuse this with net income is gobsmacking. In order to be left with net income, you need to deduct further expenses, like catering, wages, venue hire, the cost of food, etc.
This net income would only be reported if the nonprofit specifically hosted or organized the fundraising event. If the nonprofit did not host the fundraising event and instead just received the proceeds passively from a third party, we would only need to report the amount given to them as a contribution and nothing else. We can confirm this is how it should be reported because the 990 instructions state, the organization must report net income from fundraising events as unrelated business revenue.
What on earth is this guy talking about? Has he even seen a 990 form? He has absolutely no clue what he is doing. Let me show you the 990 form section which this instruction is referring to, line 8C. 8C is simply the gross income from fundraising events as listed in 8A minus direct expenses, listed in 8B, and the result is net income or loss, which you would put in 8C. However, net income, as opposed to something like a contribution, might be taxable income if it is not substantially related to the charity's purpose. That's why this instruction is telling you to put the net income in either column C or column D, because whichever column you put it in affects how it gets taxed. But this complete airhead of an accountant thinks that this instruction has something to do with quid pro quo contributions. Lord, give me strength. I'm telling you, this guy is clueless. Let's hear him say this again.
If the nonprofit did not host the fundraising event and instead just received the proceeds passively from a third party, we would only need to report the amount given to them as a contribution and nothing else. We can confirm this is how it should be reported because the 990 instructions state, the organization must report net income from fundraising events as unrelated business revenue.
He thinks this instruction is telling non-profits to only report net income. He doesn't realize it's just telling you to put net income in either column C, which might be taxable, or column D, which wouldn't be taxed. This is truly one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. This accountant and Jirard really do make the perfect couple.
We just learned that open hands activities should be classified as fundraisers, and we learned that fundraising income is not reported as a gross amount.
You said that, but you were wrong. Again, this is grossly misleading.
We're going to take a look at a real-world example of what fundraiser revenues look like in a tax filing. The reason that this is important is because this is what's happening in the background of Open Hands 990PF filing.
The Open Hand Foundation was required to continue to file the 990PF form, which meant that they still needed to abide by the rules of filing that particular form. For this accountant to assert that they were required to file a 990PF form, but it was merely a formality and they didn't need to file it correctly, is preposterous. And it's even more preposterous because the accountant even acknowledges that the charity needs to file the 990PF as per the rules of the 990PF earlier in the video.
Until that period is successfully completed, the organization is still treated as a private foundation for most tax compliance and reporting purposes, including the forms they must file. This means they default to private foundation rules for filing, even while operating like a public charity.
But now he's saying the opposite. Remember, he pulled up instructions for how to file a 990 form, and not a single time throughout this section did he show you the instructions on how to file a 990PF form, the actual file that the Open Hand Foundation was filing. Think about that for a moment.
Because the IRS asked them to continue filing a 990PF, they're not required to provide a detailed breakout of their fundraiser activity. So it's important to see what it looks like firsthand to reinforce what I've been talking about for the past 8 minutes.
No, it isn't. And as you correctly said earlier, the Open Hand Foundation needs to file a 990PF and needs to file it properly. What this accountant is showing you is a 990, which is irrelevant. So I'm going to skip this entire section because the only thing it accomplishes is misinforming you as to what the Open Hand Foundation should have been doing.
I've already played this clip once before, but I need to do it again because it's relevant to this section. We just learned that Open Hands activities should be classified as fundraisers, and we learned that fundraising income is not reported as a gross amount, so the information given by Mudahar in this clip is incorrect.
If you have, let's say the golf event costs $60,000 to run, right? And it cost, and they made like what, $30,000? So $60,000 to run the event, but they made 30 grand. It wouldn't matter, okay? Because you would still see the $30,000 show up as part of the revenue, right?
Oh, the irony of him saying this. It's not only ironic because he himself doesn't even understand, or at worst wants to hide from you how 990PF forms are supposed to be filed, but it's ironic because, as I've pointed out multiple times already, he literally used a golf fundraising event by a private charity that filed a 990PF, which demonstrated the correct way to do it, and it went straight over his head. So let me summarize again. In the golf event we talked about previously with the Sunmark Foundation, it had sponsor tiers, which we could use to ascertain the amount that was contributed. On the foundation Schedule B, it showed the exact same amount as a contribution. And we saw that after that, there was a separate listing specifically for expenses at the end. So in the Sunmark Golf event, which was filed correctly, we saw the gross income listed as it should be. That's the entire point Mudahar is trying to make. Mudahar is accurately describing how 990PF filings are supposed to be completed.
In fact, because Carl and Mudahar aren't properly calculating the golf revenue, their calculations overestimate what the actual revenue should be, which is again why they think Open Hand is under-reporting their revenue. We know that his calculations don't take into consideration how much it costs for 48 players to golf, and potentially the 24 golf carts they'll be riding in. 48 player prizes, 2 catered meals and beverages for each of the 32 people who got the legacy sponsorship package, because there's apparently both a lunch and a dinner reception, so that's 64 meals. The 16 meals for the people who got the platinum sponsorship package, who knows if they get a second meal, and the costs associated with having their logos on banners and course signage. Again, this is indicative of a quid pro quo contribution, where we need to consider what the participants paid for to be able to play in the event. So if you want to calculate their golf fundraiser revenue correctly, you take the amount of cash open hand received from the sponsorships and you deduct the market retail value of everything the sponsors received in return.
This is my favorite part of the accountant's video, because all of the epic mistakes and incompetencies of this video come together into a nice, neat little package. Here he shows the tiers of the golf tournaments and says that you need to consider the cost of what's included, which includes dining and golfers, etc., and therefore you won't see the full sponsor amount appear in the open hand tax filings. But let's look at what's included in Sunmark's sponsorship tiers. The premier sponsor gets a package for 8 to golf and dine. And there are also golf carts too for all of the golfers. So according to the accountant's own logic, if I were to check the Sunmark Foundation's tax filings, I would expect to see $7,500 minus these expenses. Let's go and check. Oh, gee willikers, it's the exact same amount, $7,500. Well, maybe this was a one-time mistake by the Sunmark Foundation accountant. Let me check the platinum sponsors that paid $5,000. Wow, they all show the total gross contributions too. Someone really needs to report this to the IRS and let them know the Sunmark Foundation is misreporting their contributions. No, I'm just kidding, of course. The real reason these filings show the full amount of contributions is because that's how you're supposed to do it on a 990PF form. And the accountant that made this video is a moron. But I just think this Sunmark example is so beautiful and so perfect because it's the one he decided to use to try and prove that I don't know what I'm doing. It doesn't get any better than this. Not only does it show how a Schedule B is supposed to look, but the form also shows perfectly that these expenses are outlined separately at the bottom. This is how a 990PF form, when done correctly, should appear. This is proper accounting. Now, there is one minor detail I might need to clarify, because there may be a person out there somewhere asking a somewhat peculiar question. Sure, we can see that the gross total contribution of donors are listed on the Schedule B, but how do we know that 100% of those contributions were also included on line 1 of the 990PF form? Maybe they listed total gross contributions on the Schedule B, but net contributions on line 1. Well, we know they listed total gross contributions on line 1 because they also listed expenses separately later on. If they were only listing net contributions from the golf fundraiser, which is totally stupid and wrong and not what the form instructions advise, expenses would already be accounted for. So the mere fact that these golf fundraising expenses are itemized confirms that the gross revenue was included above. Net income is gross income minus expenses. So to list net income and then deduct expenses again would be almost as stupid as using 990 instructions on a 990PF form. And we can put this all together with another real-world example. Team Industries is a very large American company, and it has its own charitable foundation called Team Foundation. Just like the Sunmark Credit Union has its own charitable foundation. And Team Foundation is a private foundation, so it files a 990PF each year. Team Foundation also runs a golf fundraiser each year, just like the Sunmark Foundation, and conveniently, just like the Open Hand Foundation. This is Team Foundation's 2023 tax filing. And this is the Schedule B they attached. You'll notice a very large contribution from Team Industries. The anonymous accountant would immediately jump up and declare this is a result of the golf tournament. But don't be so fast there, cowboy. Companies who also run their own foundations like to give their foundation organization's yearly contributions, just like the Sunmark Credit Union does. Let's slow down, take a breath, and look a little deeper. On their Facebook page, they posted a video of their 2023 golf event, and it shows that Diamond sponsors got a very nice plaque. From the brochure of this particular golf event, I can see that a Diamond sponsorship cost $5,000. So let me give you a little test and see if you're learning. A Diamond sponsor costs $5,000, and R&L Spring Company is a Diamond sponsor. We know that if an entity contributes $5,000 or more to a non-profit, they need to be listed on the Schedule B. So with all of that in mind, if I look a bit further down on the Schedule B, what do you think I'm going to see? Let's take a look. Oh my god, it's a miracle. Not only does Team Foundation list all of their Diamond and above sponsors on their Schedule B because they contributed more than $5,000, but they also itemized $92,000 in golf fundraising expenses, confirming that they declared gross revenue from the golf event and then listed expenses separately, which for the millionth time is what the 990PF instructions tell you to do. So I suppose the million-dollar question is, who's correct here? Is it these massive organizations running their own foundations, following the 990PF instructions to the T? Or is it this random, anonymous online accountant who only just recently sprung into existence purely to try and discredit me after I lost my lawsuit? This is tough. I really can't decide who to trust. Now that we have more understanding about how these tax filings should be completed, let's compare the Sunmark and Team Foundation golf events with the Open Hands golf event. With the Sunmark and Team Foundation events, we can identify the names of the companies, the tier of their sponsorship, and how much those sponsorships cost. And for every sponsor over $5,000, we can see them all listed on the Foundation's 990PF tax filings under Schedule B. Everything lines up exactly as it is legally required to. With the Open Hands golf tournament, we can do the same. We can identify the companies, we can identify their tiers, and we know how much those tiers cost, with many of them paying over $5,000 every single year. And yet, when we check the Open Hands tax filing, not only is the Schedule B missing, they specifically state they don't even need to attach one. But this goes beyond just a clerical error, because as described earlier in the video, when you add up the Tiltify revenue and the grant revenue from Syzygy, it already accounts for all of the Foundation's gross revenue declared on their forms. So it's not just a matter of the Schedule B not being attached or completed, the money itself is missing. They claim expenses for the golf tournament, but all of the sponsor income is gone. And no matter how much information a random accountant online tells you, and no matter how much Jirard defenders try to gaslight you, there is just no reasonable explanation for all of these inconsistencies. And what's very telling is that even though they have not yet filed their 2023 990PF form yet, I can tell from the annual renewal form with the Attorney General, which shows overall income and expenses, that the golf revenue has suddenly reappeared. Conveniently, after the charity scandal went public, the Open Hand Foundation has now decided that the golf revenue is worth including. If you want to believe that the golf event was consistently raising $30,000 to $60,000 every year until 2019, and then in 2021 and 2022 raised exactly $0, despite photos from the event clearly showing nothing had changed, then I'm sorry to say, you might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. You don't need to be a mathematician or an accountant to know that income is being underreported. Though I must admit, based on the tax filings alone, it's impossible to tell where that money went. All I can say is that it never went to the Open Hand Foundation. So while I had previously said that they had pocketed the money, which is what I do believe, it would have been more accurate and less speculative just to say that the money is missing. Now, there is something else that I need to address in the accountant's second video, which talks about checks. Because all through the years, the checks made out to the golf tournament were made out to the Open Hand Foundation. And yet clearly, these checks weren't deposited into the Open Hand's bank account. Otherwise, they would show up as revenue. And this is what the accountant says in his video.
With regards to nonprofits, signer authorization is something that is governed and decided by the board of directors. Not all board of directors are granted this authorization. I'm pretty comfortable saying that most board members do not get this authority. The individuals who do get it are the only ones who are able to sign checks on behalf of the nonprofit. This includes the signature required with the assignment of checks and the signature required when checks are made payable to vendors. Unfortunately, we don't know who has signer authority with respect to OpenHand. It's very commonplace that at least the president and treasurer have signer authority, but others can be given it as well. However, a check assignment from a private foundation, like the OpenHand Foundation, to another individual doesn't work the same way as I just described above. In fact, it's likely illegal to even do this. As stated earlier, Carl, Mudahar, and myself agree that the golf event checks are being made payable to OpenHand. That means that OpenHand bears ownership to that check. When Carl and Mudahar say that they believe that money is being embezzled or money is missing from the golf event, a check assignment is one method of how that would happen. They're implying that the checks that are made out to OpenHand are not being deposited to OpenHand's bank account. They are potentially being assigned over to someone else and then must be deposited to a different account.
So I can confirm that yes, this was my suspicion. And again, it's merely a suspicion and not a claim. My suspicion is that Charles Khalil, the president of the OpenHand Foundation, who would have the authority, was depositing OpenHand checks into his company, PBD West. My suspicion arises for 3 reasons. 1. These gross contributions were not appearing in the total gross revenue for the OpenHand Foundation in 2021 and 2022. All of that money is completely missing on their filings. Number 2. Those contributions were not appearing in any Schedule B for any year, which they should be, as many of them are over $5,000. And 3. The OpenHand Foundation was paying hardly any golf fundraising expenses, suggesting that they were being paid for by PBD West, who I suspect were using those donor contributions to cover those expenses and keeping the profits.
If this were happening, there would be an extremely clear paper trail, and it would be trivially easy to catch.
The accountant suggests that this would be easy to uncover, but he is overlooking one simple thing. It would be easy to uncover if you knew why those checks were being issued. A check only tells you a few things: what account the funds are to be withdrawn from, which account the funds should be deposited to, and who gave authorization. It doesn't tell you why the check was drawn or what the funds are for. If the Attorney General, which I do have to remind you is the agency that manages charity behavior and not the IRS, didn't do any research into the golf tournament or what the purpose of the checks were, they wouldn't be able to determine anything. All they would see is that a check was made out to an organization, and then someone with authority deposited that check into a different account. The only way they would know this was illegal is if they knew exactly what that check was supposed to be for. This does not arise from the paper trail. This would only arise from an actual investigation into the golf tournament and how checks were solicited. So unless an investigation into the golf tournament took place and they could see that the money was missing, they wouldn't be able to identify anything. The accountant doesn't understand the difference between accounting and charity behavior and solicitation. On paper, things can appear identical, but when you look into the context of how those papers arose, one might be highly illegal and one might be completely legitimate. The accountant just takes all of this for granted.
So, Indieland is a fundraiser, but it's not a fundraiser in the traditional sense because the contributors and donors aren't really getting anything in return other than entertainment, but that seems impossible to put a value on. So this is not a quid pro quo contribution scenario like the golf event was. In situations like this, the most reasonable way to calculate what the revenue should be would be to deduct the direct costs of Indieland and net it against the gross proceeds, and it would all be considered a contribution.
I already went over a lot of the Indieland stuff earlier in this video, but this whole section is garbage. The accountant doesn't even know what Indieland is, he doesn't know where the money goes, he doesn't know what Tiltify is, he doesn't really know anything, and he couldn't even be bothered to learn about it.
Unfortunately, there isn't much else to say about Indieland because we don't know a whole lot. The only thing we know is that it's a fundraiser, and just because a tweet said they had $109,418 of income, that is not exactly reliable evidence.
As I said before, my evidence regarding Indieland were the Tiltify totals, which are 100% reliable. I'm sorry if this accountant doesn't know what Tiltify is, but his own ignorance doesn't make me wrong. It just reaffirms his video is lazy.
Honestly, when did Twitter become a reliable source of financial information, or just information in general?
Never, which is why I didn't rely upon it for my conclusions.
So maybe this is just me and a product of being in the industry that I'm in, but when I see a tweet like this or a website that says something similar to this, I automatically think that there is no way that that entire amount will be the amount of revenue donated. My brain is wired to think that when it comes to fundraisers, there are always going to be expenses for every fundraiser. There's no doubt about it.
This guy is so smart, his brain is conditioned in a way that me and Mudahar just can't compete with. But I'm glad he pointed out that you can't trust a website when finding out how much money was donated. I'll use my GoFundMe example again. Yes, it says $200,000, but that's not what was donated. The actual amount that was donated was only around $50,000, and I can even prove it. On screen, you are being shown financial records for my GoFundMe income for 2022 and 2023. You can see the total amount donated was around $60,000, but there were real production costs associated with raising that money. I had to make a video, plus there were GoFundMe fees, there was catering, hotels, flights. So after you deduct expenses, the total amount that I raised through my GoFundMe amounts to around $51,268.54. And if the stupid spreadsheet in Jirard's response video is good enough to satisfy you, my stupid spreadsheet that I clearly fabricated should be good enough as well.
Sometimes you'll find that they said they raised X amount of dollars, and then you can take that information and check the nonprofit's tax filing they donated it to. And you'll see that an entirely different number was actually donated or recognized as a contribution.
Now, I've been debunking this accountant's video because it's full of lies, mistakes, bad faith attacks, mischaracterizations, and laziness, but that's not the worst thing about this video. The video only talks about accounting. And it's already bad enough that he is wrong about the accounting, even though he is an alleged accountant. But what makes this video truly terrible is that he thinks the crimes that Jirard committed have anything to do with accounting. Section 532D of the Penal Code has nothing to do with accounting. Section 532 of the Penal Code has nothing to do with accounting. Section 503 of the Penal Code has nothing to do with accounting. These crimes have nothing to do with the Open Hand Foundation's tax filings, and everything to do with Jirard's lies and misrepresentations of facts. These are crimes enforced by the Attorney General and not the IRS. In essence, this video could not have been any more pointless. And this is the video Jirard and his defenders will try to use to prove that Jirard did nothing wrong. This accountant's video has a ton more wrong with it, but I feel like I've already demonstrated enough. He lies, he doesn't do any research, he makes mistakes that are so hilariously bad it makes me doubt he's even an accountant, he misrepresents how nonprofits are supposed to file returns, and he is a cunt. I feel as though I've established these things pretty well, so I'll just get back to Jirard's video to cap everything off.
So, where do we go from here? Even if I somehow recover from this controversy, things can never be the same as they once were. Does that mean the Completionist, the show, my channel, my livelihood? Is it all just dead? No. Hell no. I still complete games. I actually never stopped completing games. Even through the entirety of last year, I completed well over a dozen games just because I wanted to. At the end of the day, I still love making videos. I'm not a drama YouTuber or anything like that. I play games and just want to make videos about the things that I'm passionate about.
This is so funny when you compare it to the guilt trip that Jirard was trying to pull on me and Mudahar during our call, where he said he was trying to get out of YouTube content creation.
I'm just asking from a humanity perspective of like, if I am the target of this, I have 20 mouths to feed. I have sponsors. I have a business. I'm trying to make video games. I'm trying to get out of content creation so I don't have to worry about YouTube anymore and do better things in the world.
So isn't it convenient that before our videos, he was trying to manipulate us by saying he was going to leave content creation anyway, but now that he wants to come back, he's telling everyone the complete opposite. This video has been so long that I am seriously dreading the fact that I probably need to do a recap, because the recap itself could be a video in of itself. But unfortunately, I probably need to. So let me try and do this as quickly as possible. Before the charity scandal went public, Jirard definitely broke laws in relation to lying while soliciting for charitable purposes, and theft by false pretense. After he was caught doing those things, he also admitted in his response video to embezzling Open Hand Foundation funds by spending bits, subs, merch, and God knows what else to pay for his company expenses. He also lied about a bunch of other income sources going to the foundation, which never did, including commissions from game sales, event tickets, and sponsorships. And in his most recent video, tried to cover up these income sources by showing a spreadsheet that only showed direct donations and Twitch revenue, and claimed that they two alone made up the entirety of Indieland income. He lied about being under criminal investigation, when in reality, the Open Hand Foundation is just being audited. He lied about the status of the Open Hand Foundation, claiming that it's not delinquent when it is, something that you can just go and verify yourself right now. He lied about what being delinquent means, downplaying it so that you didn't realize that the golf fundraiser broke California law by continuing to run. He underreported direct donations by tens of thousands of dollars in his spreadsheet. He lied about adding bits and subs to the donation goals during Indieland, despite many clips confirming this wasn't the case. And he didn't show a single clip or receipt of his own to substantiate his counter-story. He lied to you by claiming that his company covered all Indieland expenses, when this is not true. Sponsors covered the expenses, something that Jirard said publicly, and him not mentioning these sponsors in this video when discussing expenses just shows how malicious he is in his deception. He lied about me and Mudahar entertaining conspiracy theories we've never discussed or entertained a single time, including that disgusting lie where he lumped me in with that poisoning story by showing my message, which was me simply paraphrasing a story that he told himself. He confirmed he was lying about the UCSF the entire time and was never planning on funding or working with them again, despite saying he was currently their main funding support partner in 2020, and in a 2019 press release, Jirard claimed that he had been working with the UCSF for 16 years and still supported them. Jirard has changed his story multiple times, initially confirming in his call to us that he was reimbursing his company with charity funds, then confirming again in his first response video that he was using bits, subs, and merch to pay for Indieland expenses.
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs. The foundation's expenses include costs for the golf fundraiser and Indieland.
And now he is trying to pull a complete 180, claiming that Indieland used no foundation funds at all.
It actually turns out that I was wrong. No expenses were ever claimed by my company, either through Open Hand or through the Twitch revenue.
He brags about all of the talks he was having with organizations, and yet to this very day hasn't shown a single email or letter. And instead of providing a single piece of evidence to support anything he has ever claimed about his charity, he spent months and months collating every dumb, insensitive message I've ever said on Discord. A perfect reflection of Jirard's true values. And I have to remind you, the only reason any money was donated at all was because they got caught when we released our videos. Of course, I did mention plenty of other lies, but to be quite honest, I'm over making this video. If you don't realize how much of a con artist Jirard is by now, there really is no hope for you. The sad part is that I know people will continue to ignore Jirard's proven fraud merely because they don't like me. So Jirard, from the very bottom of my heart, go fuck yourself. To everyone else, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.